Hello, everyone. Good evening, and welcome to another round of the CCS. It is our Thursday conference finals. I am Redacted, joined tonight by my wonderful color caster, Elsa the Queen, and we have ourselves an exciting matchup tonight. It is ID Eclipse against Dog Gamma, and we are going to have ourselves one hell of a series, aren't we, Elsa?
Yeah, we certainly are, and I'm super happy to be here. It's an honor to be casting the finals here for Wednesday. It's been a long playoff road for both of these teams. I feel like a little bit more bumpy maybe for ID than for Gamma, but here we are in the conference finals, and it all kind of comes down to this. Well, other than the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. This is the Thursday conference finals. The best team. Oh, oh yeah, the
I was
best.
going to say it's Thursday. You corrected me. Thank you.
Oh, did you say Wednesday? I didn't even.
I did. I don't know what day it is or year, but
it's all good. But yeah, this is the Thursday conference final. So the best team on our Thursday side of our league here will be determined tonight. Yesterday we found out Dorado Gaming Omega, as they predicted in the beginning, they has finally come to fruition. They are our Wednesday representatives. ID Eclipse is the only thing that stands left between a Dorado Silver War here in the CCS. Let's see if they can get it done. We are live into picks and bans here, and just for the viewers at home, so you are aware, you may see Dorado Gamma with no bans. The first two bans are null, and that's just because there was a comp ruling. Hasm had a undisclosed alternate account that he didn't disclose, essentially, so they lose the first two bans as long as he is in play. So if you see those empty squares there, it's not because they're trolling or whatever. It's because they don't have their first two bans. But ID Eclipse, though, banning the Seraphine Camille here, and now we're waiting for their third ban. Elsa, I mean, it's been a pretty exciting journey here. ID Eclipse played just 2 days ago against Glaive Bingus in a 3. Did that go to 5 or did that go to 4?
I think it went to 5. I believe it went to full. Right? I mean, hey, it was a CCS series.
Sweep too.
Yeah. So definitely. I mean, I was going to say, I think coming into this, we mentioned kind of the road for these teams, and for ID Eclipse, you would imagine that they've got to be pretty tired out after so many weeks of playing, not getting the buys that Gamma had, and then playing just 2 days ago. But as we quickly move through this draft due to the lack of bans, we do see the Hecarim first pick here from ID Eclipse, still top of the table type jungler, even though has been nerfed down from kind of that point where he was thought of as the pinnacle. So that that priority is interesting to see, and it does kind of put a lot of onus on the Hecarim to make things happen early. And Dog Gamma, they know what they want here with some quick responses.
Yeah, Maokai has just exploded into priority since the adjustment from this most latest patch here. So lots of Maokai priority now. We're seeing, of course, in solo queue, in worlds, in amateur play, and of course we do see the Rakan there. So that signals to me that is not a Maokai support. It's as weird as this sounds, is that Hasm a Maokai? That's so not typical of him. But I mean,
could be. I mean,
could be Maokai
I think jungle. Yeah, I think.
Well. Yeah.
I mean, normally, I mean, that's the thing. Redacted is normally we think of two-way flex champions as already being like, wow, that's really really strong in the draft. But Maokai really strong in the three-way flex. I actually think jungle and might even be his strongest role. I think jungle and support are probably the strongest. But I mean, who knows? Either way, definitely strong in all three. And I anticipate it will go there. And what I see from those first two picks from Gamma is really trying to shut down the Hecarim, have the CC with the charm to be able to stop him from getting on the priority carries, and then ID just making sure to get one of XBKP's best picks here before that second round of bans. But what that does allow is Gamma to be able to get that mid lane counter pick without having to, on 3 instead of having to save it for 4 or 5. So I think a nice job there, pivoting straight to that Vigar answer in the mid lane.
Absolutely, Elsa. And you know something I just realized as well. ID is not playing with just one sub, but two
Wow.
subs today. They are playing with Blingo DX in the top lane. Typically, Eddie Boy is the starter for them, and they are playing with Ibion Godly as their support. He did, I believe, play as AD carry for them in a few games, or he subbed for them as well in their Glaive series. But yeah, so Wardbox is also out right now. So who knows if those players will come back throughout the series? You know, we all have real lives here beyond the game, so hopefully they get to come back. But if not, is a not a different team, but it's a different way of playing for this ID Eclipse team. So I haven't seen too much of Blingo or Beyond play for ID, but so I'm curious to see how this would change up their playstyle. I mean, we know Bubster and BKP are typically the carries for this team, the ones that lead them to victory, get all the gold and whatnot. So maybe that doesn't change because you still have the core, right?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely having those core carries is super, super huge here, as it looks like they're just kind of deciding what they want to pick here for Bubster. You know, when you look at the bans here that Dorado Gamma did have to expend, they used all three of them on the AD carry from ID Eclipse. And, you know, if I was them, I would do the exact same thing. When I've watched Bubster, I've just been extremely, extremely impressed by this player. Definitely, you know, talks himself up, but he has lived up to it, at least when I have had the pleasure of viewing his play. So I'm excited to see him on this Kaisa, which does have that late game hyper scaling potential. Against the Varus, though, will be pretty outranged in lane. So with this last pick, should be for the top lane for Hasm into that Shen, and Jax would definitely be a great option. Obviously, right in his wheelhouse. I mean, you know, Shen definitely has some points where he can put pressure on fighter champions like Jax or scaling carry top laners. But overall, this Jax is just going to hard outscale the Shen in the side lane. Will just be able to run him down eventually. So it's going to be a question of whether or not the Shen and Hecarim can slow the Jax down at the beginning of the game, not allow him to snowball, and then later on having the Shen on the Hecarim diving into the backline onto that Vigar and Varus. If Hecarim can be strong and they can kind of get that one shot on those two carries, they're going to be sitting pretty later in the team fights.
Yeah, absolutely. And I knew Hasm wouldn't let us down, wouldn't let the viewers down. This man, I have not seen him play weak side at all the entire playoff run here. So he's just going to continue his carry abuse ways, come hell or high water here. But meanwhile, of course, yeah, like you said, the Shen being drafted here for ID Eclipse signals to me, you know, they definitely want to look for more plays across the map, a lot of hit and runs. Once that level 6 ultimate has been unlocked, I would expect also the TP coming out from Blingo, so that way he has double the mobility across the map. Of course, with that killer instinct from Kaisa, you know, she dives in, Shen's right on top of her, and then just creates even more havoc. But Gamma's draft as well, with the Vigar, with the Varus here. Varus, we haven't seen too much in at all, really. I mean, unless, like, you know, he's a pretty niche pick right now. Only those who really know the champion well or can play him well are the ones that typically pilot him. So I'm curious to see how Karina will pilot this champ. I don't think I personally have not seen Karina play Varus. I don't know if he's played it at all this split. Trying to take a look at the stat sheet now, see if he has, because yeah, otherwise that might be a first time Varus for Karina, at least in competitive play in the CCS here. So
yeah,
very
I was going to say,
pick.
you know, we did see Glacial actually playing Varus in that game 5 last night, CB Rush versus Omega. So,
I fell asleep.
you know, I mean, understandable. But I was just going to say that's
out,
random.
yeah.
But, you know, maybe having a little bit of a resurgence. And like I said, does have that kind of nice range in lane. He always kind of feels nice as far as, yes, he is immobile, but can sit back pretty well. You know, if you're worried about ganks coming in, also I think Hecarim kind of struggles to gank him pre-6. It's pretty hard to get behind the Varus if he can stand back. And you know, just looking at both of these team comps, I like that both of them come out of the gate with some late game scaling win conditions on both sides. I already talked about Bubster on the Kai'Sa, but also Cassiopeia for XBKP. We've seen him in the past on this champion, struggling sometimes in the early game when getting ganked consistently, which is kind of what happens to Cassiopeia, but still managing to kind of come back and become super relevant later in the game. On the other side, we've got Vigar, don't really need to say more. One of the strongest, infinite scaling champions in the game. And then also the Jax as well in the side lane. So very sort of different win conditions there with kind of the split push versus those maybe, hyper carries. I don't want to call Kai'Sa backline carry because of her ult, but it'll be interesting to see if we do get to that point, seeing these mid laner, especially these mid laners kind of use the power of their champions and scrap it out. Very excited to see that happen.
Yeah, and speaking of scrapping it out, these mid laner, these players, I wanted to ask you, Elsa, who do you think is going to be very pivotal for their team? I know that's crazy to say, right? But who do you think, besides BKP or Hasm that we always talk about, who else do you think might be under the radar a bit here in this series? Because low key, I was thinking to myself, 17's been popping off. I don't think we talk about, or a lot of people don't talk about 17 enough. And he's been pretty good in the support positions. Got a lot of things happening for Gamma here. He finds some really good engages, especially on his Rakan. I've seen quite a few times. So I think 17 might be a player to watch here throughout this entire series.
And I think when you think about it in the context of IB Ungodly coming in here as a sub, has played with the team certainly, so there's familiarity there. But I think if you're Carino and 17, you feel Ventine, you feel like you have to, you really should be winning this 2v2, right? You are the duo who has experience playing with each other, and theoretically should be able to come up on top. So I think that there's a little bit of pressure there, on this duo, and some thrive under pressure, some crumble, and that's kind of what determines the champions.
Exactly. And, besides determining the champions, what else they could determine? Their drafts, Elsa. If they had a certain tool to help them out with drafting and whatnot. I mean, sure, these drafts look pretty good. They don't look troll. So, but maybe there was a better option that they didn't know about. And what could help them with that? Pro comps, dude. It's the first of its kind drafting tool, man. And it's aimed at competitive and solo queue play. It allows the user live feedback and analysis on your drafting. It gives you recommendations on picks and notes on matchups. And it gives you analysis on your enemy team's win conditions. Yo, you got to check it out. Use the code CCS for 50% off on your first 3 months. Pro Comps, once again, that's the name of the tool. Don't forget it. Elsa, before we cut to a short break, because we are running a little bit overtime, what is your prediction for the series?
I believe it was already. Yeah, I believe it was already. Oh, I didn't say that. I believe you leaked my opinion, which is that I think that Dorado Gamma is definitely going to win this series. Absolutely. And, to put a little bit of a wager on it, each time that Dorado Gamma wins a game, I've got my buzzer here, and I'm going to shave off 1/3 of my beard. I'm needing to shave anyway, so by the time this series is done, I'll have all 3/3 shaved off nicely. And it'll be great. And I'm not even going to talk about what would happen as the alternative, because it's not going to happen. So I'm going to have a cleanly shaved face, and I'll have casted a great win for Gamma by the end of this night. Should be great.
Trash talk to see what Elsa would do if Gamma loses.
Oh yeah, true. It's in there.
But in the meantime, we're going to cut to a short break as we prepare for our Game 1 series of our Thursday conference finals. It's ID Eclipse against Dorado Gamma. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, for our first game of our Thursday conference finals. It is ID Eclipse, Iridescent Dawn Eclipse, finally put some respect on their full name against Dorado Gaming Gamma. Iridescent Dawn Eclipse on the blue side, Gamma on the red, and we have ourselves a 5 standard champ lineup here. Well, Dawn is trying to figure it out, so we'll see what they do in the meantime. But Elsa, you know the drill.
Yeah, I mean, talking about these summoner spells and all that good stuff and these runes, it's interesting just looking at this start here, kind of an interesting defensive start for my DM, getting distracted, but I be ungodly, going with the frosty, slowy auto attacky one, instead of, having a little bit of extra defense. I cannot remember any of the runes anymore, redacted. I don't know what happened to my brain. But having that instead of the one that Maokai has to get the extra stats and whatnot when you root somebody, it means that it's really good for setting up plays and ganks, but it is not really good for avoiding death, especially on Nautilus as a champion that is actually pretty squishy, I would say, in the bot lane. Sventine on the other side going for Guardian, so will be able to provide that additional shield to himself and Carino. So I think that that really puts a target on IB Ungodly if we do see Rare Candy visiting in the bot lane early. So that's just one of them, but that's kind of the one that sticks out to me as far as something that could be taken advantage of by both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see the Maokai Rare Candy getting that blue start Hecarim, both junglers blue starting. So they shouldn't contest for their scuttle, but you never know. Anything's possible. Rare Candy, I wonder if, because, we didn't get to show the stats, but we did talk about last time, I believe you and I casted together, Elsa. We casted a Gamma game, I believe. And Rare Candy has that, he's very known to get first blood. Very aggressive jungler, has a really high KDA as a jungler. I believe last time his KDA was literally a solid 9 in the jungle, which is pretty ridiculous. So I wonder how he'll look to try and keep up that first blood percentage there, or takedown that he's typically known for. But with the Maokai, it will be a little bit harder, but we'll see. And look at that pathing already from the Gamma jungler here. He's checking the red buff to get a track of where Rejected Anew may be, pinged him, missing at the Krugs, and is now pathing towards this bot lane scuttle. So looks like I was wrong. He really wants to keep track of the jungler early here. And looks like we're gonna have ourselves some action here. 17 look to get the knock up there. It will not connect as Rare Candy now on the retreat. Carino and 17 as well. Carino will have to flash over 17 flash. IB Ungodly flash for first blood over to Bubster. 3 flashes blown, 4 actually, and there's more violence here as Rare Candy goes down. Rejected Anew gets the kill.
And ID Eclipse there is just looking like they're on the same page, whereas Dorado Gamma just, not really the same. Just nice decisive move there by IB Ungodly. Sventine did jump onto the Nautilus at first, so I was all ready to, be right with my point about this Nautilus being squishy, but instead just providing that CC that you pick it for, and nice work. 2 kills, but beyond that, there's a lot of, they're heavily assisted. 4 members being involved there overall, and you can see that the gold lead, it jumps to over almost 1,400 gold just off of that at the beginning. So really huge plays here, especially for Rejected Anew on this Hecarim. And I did want to just quickly mention as well, with Rejected Anew getting this first pick Hecarim, it does put pressure on him to say, hey, we're trusting you to get the strongest character that we can get you and to carry the game for us. This is something that I've seen ID do in the past and not necessarily have a huge amount of success with. With that being said, I've not watched the vast majority of their series, so I do want to caveat that, but the ones that I have been able to watch, so it's good to see that paying off for them early on in this game.
Yeah, absolutely, and you make a very great point here. Rejected Anew on the Hecarim. With the recent patches, it does feel like the carry junglers are starting to come back into prominence here. I mean, Wukong was dominating for quite a bit. Earlier pre-MSI was Graves and Udyr, so you know,
You didn't see, you fell asleep for Dojos' Game 5 pentakill on Wukong, huh?
Dude, I'm telling you, I was.
Yeah,
I woke
I'm just
up.
saying.
I checked the master sheet to see like who won, and it wasn't even on there. I had to go into match history.
Yeah, I mean, everyone was asleep.
Well, you could have updated it, but that was neither here nor there. Maybe I'll go check out the VOD later.
Really trying to set up this bot lane gank though for ID, and it's just not happening now that they got the ward down, especially. Lots of time spent down there from Rejected and New though.
Yeah, as we see our wonderful B emotes from OG Kush and PKP here. So currently Ocean Drake is up for the taking. No one has postured around it just yet. We do see Rejected and New recalling now to get some more items. Taking a look at gold currently so far.
Nice lead for the Hecarim. I mean, we've already talked about it, but you looking at the CS, it's a 12 CS lead. You know, that's, I mean, some of it could be lane farm, but it's like 3 camps. So yeah, of course you expect the Hecarim to get ahead, but again, you know, just kind of fulfilling those win conditions. If he was behind, it would probably be a little bit concerning. So already level 5 for Rejected and New. Taking a look at his XP really quick, I think that he's about, you know, a little over halfway to 6. So that 6 is going to be online really soon. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him pay a visit to one of these solo lanes and take advantage of it, especially since Shen 6 is also online.
Absolutely. And also one thing that I was thinking about was we really haven't seen any jungle presence towards the top lane yet.
True.
Typically in the series that I have casted with Gamma, we've seen Rare Candy look to either get Hazem ahead or to what's the word I'm looking for? Protect Hazem, because he knows that the other team was trying to punish him, or they would camp him quite a bit, which, you know, is very fair and valid. Like, he's a pretty good top laner, but I'm surprised we haven't seen any jungle attention at all. They've just been letting them chill on the island here, but I guess it's not needed. Look at the CS lead right now that Hazem has against Blingo DX here, about a 24-25 CS lead, and it's not even 10 minutes into the game yet. If that translates into gold, he's about 400-500 gold above the Shen, and you know, that's not too good right now, because that will just get worse. As we all know, Jax will become that 1v9 carry that is just so hard to take down as we get later into the game. So yeah, something ID Eclipse might need to be aware about, and maybe try and do something soon. Or at least put him behind early, slow him down.
Yeah, no, definitely. No, I was just flinching at looking at how far up Hazem is ahead with the 3 pots in inventory. He hasn't gone back to base yet, so I mean, it's really not his priority to go back to base and be super strong against the Shen yet, because, you know, sure, it would be nice to have some more stats.
Here we go with the leap strike.
Not needed though.
Rare Candy gets the stun with the knockback. Blingo on the retreat. We have a TP coming out from PKP here. Nature's Grasp roots the Shen in place. Shen dashes, but the petrifying gaze will get the return kill. BKP ensuring that his top laner doesn't go down without sacrifice.
Yeah, and Hazem going down, but look at this, going back to the base with 2,600 gold in the inventory, picking up the components of the Divine Sunderer, and does have the teleport to get back there as well.
Flash forward here with the Shen ultimate. Stand United, the killer instinct from Bubster. Carino will be chunked out here. There it is, given over to Bubster. Rejected New with the charge with the fear combo on OG Kush. No, you don't want to chase the Vigar underneath the turret, because you're gonna get got. It's a 1-for-1 in the mid lane.
Yeah, and it's hard to say whether or not that particular play is worth it from Rejected and New. You know, I mean, it might be. I think if you can continue to snowball the game as Hecarim, it is going to be a while until that Vigar is going to be like really dominant, but does already have the one item completed with the tier. Yeah, it does, you know, with that kill, has the Everfrost completed with the tier stacking, could choose to TP and will here, but hasn't picking a fight.
I wonder, is BKP No, BKP is kiting. Oh, so close. Has him
Alive.
with the solo bolo.
That potion. That's why you use your potions, everybody. Children, pop your potions when you're.
Oh, but Blingo's here. Can Blingo clean up the kill on Hasm here? He has his Nautilus with support, and the counter strike is now being activated, rejected anew. They have sent 3 people to kill a 1/16 health bar Jax, and now Rare Candy should be will not actually, because the Nature's Grass allows him to escape.
Yeah, Rare Candy should be able to step up the
new. Gets the charge, gets the kill.
Again.
Should go down to the Dark Matter. It's just more violence as 17 with the Grand Entrance quickness combo here. Bubster able to live. Carino getting his AD carry out. Blingo DX did TP down now. Will the Gamma, they will be taunted. They're gonna look to punish him. The knockup, the charge comes through, but Bubster lives. Bubster now on a killing spree. Gamma wiped off the map.
Yeah, and it is almost a 3,000 gold lead for Iridescent Dawn Eclipse. Bubster 3-0-2 right now on this Kai'Sa. Who needs late game scaling if you can just get the gold early on? And I mean, you know, it's looking really, really good for sure for ID Eclipse in these fights. But we do want to keep in mind, you know, as I spoke about in the champ select, we do have these win conditions still existing and looking really, really strong for Dorado Gaming Gamma in their solo laners. OG Kush, you know, sitting at over 100 CS here. I believe that is the highest in this game, and does have those 2 kills. And then also for Hasm, you know, sitting over 35 CS ahead of this Shen, and it's just going to get worse and worse in that particular 1v1 matchup. So, you know, Dorado is certainly not out of this one, even though they're behind. And I like to see ID, you know, want to continue snowballing this advantage by picking up this Rift Herald, which is a great objective to do that. We'll see where they, you know, kind of want to target it once they pick it up here. Presumably.
Yeah, they did. Absolutely. And, you know, I usually don't do this, but this comment was way too funny. Oh, hold that thought as Godly with the Hex Flash gets OG Kush rooted into place. BKB chunking out the Vigar. Vigar is down with the miasma as Blingo will now teleport in. That Stand United shooting up the Cassiopeia. Rare Candy will have to flash away. ID Eclipse get 1.
Yeah, you can see right there what what we're talking about as far as, you know, yes, this Vigar has picked up these kills, but it's a late game win condition. It's not a huge problem yet right now. OG Kush dropping the ultimate onto XBKP, you know, 10 minutes from now, that's going to do, you know, the 2/3 of the health bar that it needed to there. But in this instance, you know, just gonna really be just tickling that Cassiopeia, who is looking pretty strong with the Leandry's finished here. So, you know, again, nice job of continuing to snowball this advantage. Unfortunately, no opportunity there to drop the Rift Herald though. So, you know, still waiting for that with this dragon up as well. There's fun things that you can do as far as manipulating those two kind of objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. And that point I was trying to make earlier before some more violence occurs was Wordbox once again is subbed out on the bench right now, but it's supporting from Twitch chat. And he said Hurricane Bubble really picked up the hurricane and redirected it at these bozos. And man, that is quite the statement, because so far ID Eclipse are looking like the dominant ones currently so far. I mean, it's only pre-15 minutes though. We still have plenty of mid-game to get through, so we'll see how Gamma can respond here. Rare Candy might be caught out though with the flash, the hook as well. Nature's Grass to send Eclipse on the retreat, and they will go ahead and back off for the time being. Inferno Drake spawning in about 4.5 minutes here.
Yep, we got, I mean, 2 dragons though. You know, that for ID does kind of give them that in their back pocket, especially with the Infernal being the soul. That extra damage on Kai'Sa, given that AoE on the auto attack, it sounds pretty good. If they would be able to pick that one up. So we'll see if they're able to continue placing priority around that. They should be able to do that with continued control around vision. And I mean, you know, so far it's really not even super noticeable, I guess, that there's subs for ID Eclipse. You know, if you didn't, I think that if you took the nameplates off, I would be pretty surprised to hear, you know, that these are not the regular players playing, because we have seen a good amount of coordination, and especially, you know, with champions like Shen, who do need to heavily communicate with your teammates to make things happen. You know, that's just a really big priority. So we'll see. Yeah. I think later in the game, as the communication.
Ooh, 17. What are you doing if you get some? And busted by the Bubster.
And we can see already. Your point. No, I mean, that was it. I was just gonna say, as it gets later into the game, you know, and the communication is, you know, more tense, blah blah blah. I'm like, well, they're not even. It doesn't seem like they're interested in letting it get later into the game, because 15 minutes in, you know, I mean, 4K, under 4K gold lead, absolutely not something that, not impossible to overcome, especially in this meta with, you know, the shutdowns, just the shutdown on the Kaisa now, but definitely could be some more coming up, and also objective bounties if they do come up. But Hasm taking down a turret to trade, and there's kind of be a point here at which this Jax becomes unmanageable for Shen.
And I was just about to say, if you're a dog Gamma, at what point are you about to say, all right, Hasm, it's 1v9 time? We're gonna start pouring all resources into you, because I mean, it's not there just yet. But once again, hold that thought though, as 17 does get the knockout with the counter strike, but the fear from rejected anew sends Gamma into disarray here. The shield, the event horizon barely contains them, and they're able to take down two. ID Eclipse lose none. Hasm and Kush on the retreat, and their mid lane turret looks to be next.
And I just don't, you know, just as we were moving into that point about Hasm, I was going to say Redacted.
Oh god, with the event horizon as well, keeps rejected into a place as opposed to after Frost. There's so much CC, and they finally take down the jungler of rejected anew. Or of ID Eclipse.
Yeah, no, I mean, well, and his name, and yeah. They are rejected anew. Well played to trade that back. I cannot believe that Hasm managed to stay alive there, but, you know, I think with these solo laners, again, patience is the name of the game. They just want to sit back, continue to stack, and continue to pick up items. We do see 2 items completed now for the Jax, tier fully stacked for the Vigar, but they still want more time into the game, so they don't need to be forcing these fights, which is why I was very surprised to see Hasm and Zventeen opting into that one in the topside river, kind of overlapping their CC, honestly, as well, but oh, here's that thing about the Jax being unmanageable. Yep,
there's Blingo on the retreat, and there's that Jax scaling that we all know. Leap strike, counter strike as well. Has him on the retreat, that Grandmaster's might, giving him a few extra stats, but not enough to take out the Shen in an extended fight just yet, due to that tower dissuading Hasm from going any further.
Yeah, but I mean, like I said, little by little, he pushes him out of lane now, and then you continue to push in, maybe get the turret, otherwise do damage, and then you just kind of repeat it when the wave bounces. So, you know, Hasm is getting what he wants. It's just, you know, can the team buy enough time? And again, with another Rift Herald being taken.
Oh, Hasm. Ooh.
Yeah. You cannot, that's the problem. One thing that Shen does against a champion like Jax, who wants to dominate him in the 1v1, that's really annoying, is you can't just hit the turret with impunity, because he will taunt you, and then you'll start to take aggro whether you like it or not. So some other tank champions as Jax, you can just literally ignore them at a certain point, especially when the turret's that low, but Shen, not one of those. So Blingo doing a nice job kind of knowing that matchup in particular, but again, that's not going to solve the overall problems here if we get, you know, if there's enough time, because right now, to be clear, ID obviously is ahead, and not having any contest on this dragon means in 5 minutes there is going to be an Infernal Soul on the table.
Absolutely. And at what point for Gamma here do you, I mean, now you don't have a choice, right? Now you have to team fight, you have to take a stand with this next Drake coming up here in about 5 minutes. But yeah, I think now is the point where you start to call the Hasm card, right? Like, hey, we're gonna need you to start trying to join up with us a bit, because we're getting smoked.
I mean, personally, as a Silver Jax player, so
do you just commit to the side lane?
I just don't think he's
we know Hasm does.
He's just going to get blown up by, if he doesn't have his Counter-Strike, he's just going to get blown up by the Kaisa, and either way going to get blown up by Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia can also stop him from even being able to jump into the fight. So I do think that, like, you know, yeah, it's not that Hasm will never group with the team. You can see he's in the side lane with the TP available now, so clearly saving it for that. But I don't think that the answer is necessarily like using Jax to force a team fight again. Like definitely anticipating the team
definitely
fight
not.
or the TP to come out. But I think they're going to be pretty cautious about forcing the group unless they have to, because they just want Jax to be able to sit there if he can. I'm curious to see what he builds third, so we'll see. I mean, Blade of the Rune King is often what we even see first, so obviously he hasn't built that one yet. Could see that, but you know, Baron vision is being controlled by ID, and they're making sure to keep Gamma guessing as far as whether or not that objective is being taken down. So yeah, everybody's just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, and I'm toggling my vision right now, and not ID, but Gamma, they have literally like nothing. They have one spot on their you know, the tri-bush in the top side, and they have a ward in the blue side, and that's it. The rest of the map is completely dark for them right now, as we will see Shirley being launched here to dissuade Gamma as ID Eclipse now work on this Baron.
All right, Hasm
they contest. Hasm is TPing here. We're going to have ourselves
so low.
Rare Candy flashes in, does not get the steal. Hasm and Candy though in the side lane. Rejected a nuke. Keep your eyes on Bubster though. The Stand United protecting the Kaisa, and Hasm is down. The rest of Gamma on the retreat. They are able to get the Hecarim though. Oh, OG Kush corralling Beyond Godly. He does still get stunned though. Gamma on the retreat, but ID Eclipse get the Baron.
Right, and this. Oh, and they're going to be able to smite the Rift Herald, so they do lose the one turret, but definitely could be worse. But nice play there. Like I had mentioned when the Dragon was coming up, the way you can manipulate the use of the Rift Herald with the objectives, forcing teams' hand, you know, to respond to one or the other. And in that case, Gamma, you know, not getting either. They do pick up the kill though on the way out on the jungler, so that's going to be nice, but not going to compare to you know, not going to compare to what was picked up on the other side. I do like that Gamma had the discipline to sort of know it's like, hey, we got this one kill as we kite back, but we really need to get out of this. Just because Rare Candy went in doesn't mean everybody else has to, you know, pile on and jump off the cliff.
Yeah, absolutely. Rare Candy. Not as
he went for it. I mean, he should. Yeah, no hate on that.
No. I'm not hating. I was going to say. Actually,
I just want to make myself clear that was fine, but not everyone.
Oh, yeah. No. I was going to say not as powerful as we've seen him previously on other picks, right? But with the Maokai, your job is to not be powerful. You know, you are more of that facilitator this time around. So you will need Kush, Hasm, and Carino to obviously output that damage here and, you know, lead your team to victory, but it just hasn't been the best of times yet for Gamma. They haven't really found great picks, and when they do look for picks, ID is already there ready to respond and take something back for their plays, you know. So Gamma here having a really tough time here in this game one.
No, absolutely, they definitely are. I mean, yeah, and I think like you said, for Rare Candy, a different role, but also I think that to be fair, like on this Maokai, you're gonna look bad because that's just how you're gonna play the game. You know, probably not even gonna be using his CC as much to engage, a little bit more probably just to peel, but Hasm has the 1v1 here.
Hasm has the 1v1, but look, health is barely decreasing this time around. Twilight Assault, but he's still on the retreat. I mean, sure, as that fight does go on longer, Hasm will start to chunk him out a bit more, but Shen is starting to approach, and I don't even say max tankiness, but just annoying tankiness.
Yeah, I mean, yes, but like you said, it is going to be really back-ended. Obviously, here is this soul not going to be contested from Gamma. You know, there's no Baron on the other side. They're kind of walking over to that side like as if, you know, oh, let's trade this objective. Well, there is not one there.
And Blingo walks right into Hasm, but this time he has an Infernal Soul on his side, so just have a bit more damage here. You saw him chunk out quite a bit of Hasm's HP there. Energy on full. And actually wow, we're just getting lots of wow, look at that. See, this Inferno, so really helping this Shen out now on the side lanes. Gonna have to be a bit more cognizant of how he takes these skirmishes.
Yeah, I mean, he really needs to finish. Once he finishes his wits, then he can wits end, which is what he's going for next. Then he will have, you know, that additional on-hit damage that he needs to start breaking through. But yeah, until then, a little bit weaker. He still is just confident though that it would take basically the amount of time it would take Shen to kill him. He can pretty much just keep leap striking away. So still just sticking around, picking up XP and farm, and is maybe gonna go back, not quite. I'm not sure if he has enough money for wits. I feel like he's maybe a little bit short. I feel like it's like 12.25 maybe or something, but here he goes. Now he has 12.11. Yeah,
and he's backing now. But yeah, besides Hasm, we do need to see Carino. This Varus is starting to also you know, that attack speed build with the shield bow, and now Gwynsu's there, so we do need to see Carino here as well start to output some damage. Hopefully he will get the chance to do so here. As Vygar also currently scaling up silently, has a 3-2-1 kill score right here, or line right there, with the Rabadons and Everfrost online. Full tier, so that should be a Seraph's next, I believe.
Yeah, this Varus is in a tough spot. I mean, kind of like you're pointing out, Carino not having a huge impact. I just think in the team fights he's really easily able to be caught out even with that cleanse. So really the job of this Varus is to just, you know, take as much time as possible to die while auto attacking, and then obviously his ultimate also super powerful for those team fights. But honestly, I think OG Kush is could theoretically, OG Kush has just about enough damage to kill everyone on the enemy team. It's just, can you get those setups where you can get the CC onto Bubster to do it? Because they haven't yet, right? Obviously, he has not died 5-0-4 on the Kaisa. So if Bubster doesn't, I can make the bold prediction that if Bubster doesn't die, there's no way that ID Eclipse can really lose.
No,
so
I mean, Bubster's been really good with his positioning and everything. He has dodged out quite a bit of those who have tried to dive onto him. You know, Hasm tried and failed at the Baron Pit. 17 tried in the bot lane quite a few times, and he's been a pretty slippery AD carry. You know, Hurricane buff coming in pretty strong for Bubster here, making him pretty slippery to catch. As we now will have our Baron dance round 2. Gamma posturing in their red jungle here, but I think we might have ourselves perhaps a different outlook on this fight. As and now, never mind. Has him on the retreat. BKB and ID just warding, keeping their vision line up, and
they just
yeah.
No, I was just going to say they are really just wanting to control these entrances, find an event horizon play. You know, that E from Vygar, such a powerful ability. And especially in these spaces in the jungle, you know, things like this. Blingo isn't the one they want to get, but you can see even on him how OG Kush does start to hurt a little bit more. The problem is Baron's already being started up. Are they going to be able to, you know, get over there?
Yeah, and they don't even have Bubster on it. They're doing it with Cassiopeia and Rejected anew. They have so many wards in there, but there's no vision.
Rare Candy has flash.
Vision, and it's not stolen. Once again, Rare Candy will give his life over for the attempted Baron steal. The Onslaught of Shadows comes out. Carino will cleanse it, though. Has him in the backline here of ID fighting this Cassiopeia. He will be taken out. Rejected anew, fighting 3 members of Gamma, and he finally goes down. But Bubster was taken down as well. Oh, yeah,
it was OG Kush, so it wasn't on camera, but Bubster jumped into the backline. OG Kush picking up that huge shutdown golden. This is what I'm saying about this Vygar. He has every bit of enough damage to kill every single member of ID Eclipse, but he just needs the right setup and enough time. And when his teammates are dying, when there's Baron minions crashing into the base, you know, that's not the case. But at least OG Kush kind of showcasing the potential of what you can do with this champion, especially in the jungle. Now that they're in the base, a lot harder to kind of set that stuff up. So, you know, Baron going down, but there is a glimmer of hope here still for Gamma, not making it look like it's lights out quite yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Still definitely some shine for the Gamma side here, but ID Eclipse already taking an inhibitor down. We'll perhaps look for another one on the top side, or actually perhaps on the bot side. I see some pings coming
Elder
out.
Dragon too.
Oh, Elder is up in 30 seconds here. Thanks for pointing that, Elsa. Wow. I didn't even realize we were at.
No, it's
I mean, I realized we were at Elder because the soul was taken, but I didn't realize the timer wise we were there,
Yeah.
like already. So
Time flies when you're having fun.
absolutely, as Hasm on the retreat beyond godly, this Nautilus is so brave, very damn near arrogant, just walking into the faces of Gamma here, saying, "Dare you to challenge me? Because I know we will win the fight here." Hasm counter strike, we'll get the stun. The Event Horizon corralling this. I think Gamma wants to try and burst someone out here. Has rejected a new, gets the 4-man spear, and the Kaiser is just bursting out so many members with the miasma. Bangs from BKP. Gamma is just being routed. Killer Instinct from Bubster. Red Candy goes down. OG Kush is next. Carino on the back end. Bubster kills him. Wins 1v1 ADC combat, and ID Eclipse will take game 1.
An ID Eclipse making me look like an absolute fool here in game 1. Not only do they ace the team fight, but they don't even lose a single member. It's 31 minutes into the game, but it feels like it was really dominant overall for ID, ending this game 1 out and going up with the 1-0 lead in what I believe to be, kind of an upset situation. Really strong. I mean, maybe not. Some might argue, we can talk about that. But either way, very strong performance coming out.
I definitely have some thoughts. Yeah, no, this is typical Gamma.
Limit testing.
This is typical Gamma. They typically 50-50 game 1s here. So I'm not discounting ID Eclipse. This is still a great game from them, and I'm glad they got a game. They got a win. But the real series will start game 2 and going forward now. Like, we'll see if Gamma will actually play for real or if ID Eclipse can take them down. But Gamma typically throws game 1. So we'll see how it goes. But I'm pretty excited, though. I'm happy that ID Eclipse got the game 1 win. There's just 2 more to go. Once again, they are playing with these subs, so we'll see if it's going to be the triad of rejected BKP and Bubster here, who are more of the carries for ID Eclipse, or if we'll see a different style of play for them in game 2. But Hasm and Gamma on the other side, I don't know. I don't know if I don't want to say it's not just the Maokai. I don't think that draft worked well for them, so it's definitely back to the drawing board. I don't know exactly what I would change in that draft, or maybe just their approach. That was just a very weird draft for Gamma game 1. Besides the Vigar, OG Kush typically plays control mages like that. So,
and we do have to remember that with the loss of those bans, we can't underestimate how much that kind of manipulates the draft, and it gives the enemy team a lot of power picks, especially when they're already on the blue side, so they get that first selection to begin with. But I think kind of scaling back a little bit here, Redacted, before we go into a short break, ID Eclipse winning the lock-in tournament on Thursday coming in. Actually, it was a closeout for ID in the lock-in tournaments. It's a big statement for that organization. And then going up here against Dorado, who, talks a big talk, definitely a very, very dominant organization, especially recently here in the amateur League of Legends scene. So I think these two organizations going against each other is a really big deal to kind of, prove how strong they really are, especially for Dorado here, where a win would secure the CCS Plat Championship for Dorado. Either way, Dorado wins if Gamma can come through tonight. So pretty exciting with that kind of narrative aspect of it as well. And we'll see how it continues to play out. ID looking really good so far.
Absolutely. We're going to take a short break, though, as we prepare for game 2. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, as we prepare for our Game 2 draft of ID Eclipse against Dorado Gaming Gamma. And we got some updates for you. Gamma have chosen to be on the blue side, and Eddie Boy is back for ID Eclipse. So Blingo DX was only here for Game
Eddie
1,
boy.
so yeah, yeah, Eddie Boy. um, but yeah, he's back in the top lane for ID Eclipse here. Beyond Godly, Beyond Godly is still the support sub for ID Eclipse here. So it appears that that will continue throughout the rest of the series. So we'll see how that plays out. But here we are into draft once again. And then just a reminder, I'll say this one more time. While Hasm's in play, Gamma loses their first two bans, so you're just gonna see nothing there, just because of that comp ruling, and then they'll get the remaining bans from there. So yeah.
Yep. So as we see this first skipped ban time all the way through, or I don't know if we're seeing that on the stream yet. It's not really that important, but we'll see. Excuse me, what ID Eclipse decides that they would like to take away from Gamma this time. Last time, I believe they took away Camille as well as Aatrox and Seraphine. So Seraphine ban is a little bit interesting to me, but clearly it's an important one because it comes out right away again here.
Yeah, absolutely.
I guess
Seraphine
they
being
banned it 27 times. To be fair, looking at ID Eclipse, they do not want to play against Seraphine.
I mean, she's a pretty strong champion.
Yeah, fair.
But yeah, you know what? I'm sure with Gamma not having those first two bans, they're using it more so for prep, or who knows? They might be using it to just, hey guys, we kind of shit the bed in game one, but it's all good. We're gonna reset our mentals here and just prepare for game two. And there is their first ban. They are taking the Hecarim off the table here. Camille banned away from Hasm once again for ID Eclipse, and the Misfortune removed as well. With that crit being buffed up for Misfortune, she has been a pretty staple B1 pick for our blue side team.
Yeah, and I think on one hand here, my first reaction is kind of, for Gamma, you choose to be on the blue side, so you know that you're gonna have to probably either take that Hecarim or give it away to ID, who clearly prioritize it really highly. And instead they do choose to use their one ban on it. I think that does say, on the other hand, though, like, hey, rejected a new, what else can you really play? Because we don't really think there is much once we get that Hecarim out of the way. So we could see that the one sort of adjustment that was made here was that the Misfortune was banned on the red side by ID Eclipse, banned on the red side by Gamma the previous time around, I believe. But that means that Gamma is able to pick up the Aatrox undoubtedly for Hasm in the top lane, which is a really strong blind pick. But, speaking of blind picks, even though it's not blind, Eddie Boy, I believe he's a bit of a gangplank player, if I do remember myself, or if I do remember. So that one often banned against ID Eclipse, and it ends up going through here.
Wow, yeah. So, this has just told me a little bit. This signals to me that both of these teams realize, like, all right, guys, we already know top lane is whatever at this point. Oh, well, they picked their 80 carry too already. Never mind. Okay, so I thought they were gonna save counter pick for like 80 carry, but I guess not. So they're not worried about carry. So for me, I think ID Clips then at this point here might be saving their counter pick for BKP actually, because I mean, if you're already showing your top in AD carry, that means the Draven is locked in for Gamma. But yeah, if you're already showing these, that means you're not too concerned about what the other team is going to play. You're confident in your players. Not to say that you're not confident in your counter pick or whatever, but you really want to make sure if you're on red side, you utilize that counter pick to its strongest potential here. So yeah.
Yeah, and so I would it'll be interesting because last draft, ID Eclipse it seemed like they really wanted to protect ex BKP's champion pool by getting him that pick in the first round. Now this time we'll see if they do that again or if they want to use it for that counter pick. Syndra has been completely changed around, but for some reason our overlord Flay decided that it is not enough to warrant not being in the game.
What exactly did they do to her? Let me go read.
So I believe that her ultimate has
like
mini Elder Dragon on it, so it gets like execute under a certain threshold of health, but they are not going to get to pick the Syndra, so we can hold our horse a little bit. Instead, going to go with Leona, which is obviously going to be specifically what they want, I guess. It's going to be strong engage onto the Draven, unless Draven, knocks her away well. But into that Draven Pike, I mean, we didn't really even talk about how aggressive of a bot lane that is into the Jinx. Like, they want to bring something beefy to the table. They don't want to eat 2 support bans, which could potentially be the case if they didn't pick up the Leona there, I guess. And probably wanting to save that counter pick. I wonder if they regret hovering Syndra, or if they intentionally just were like, hey, you might want to ban Syndra. Like, it's kind of like, it seems like that to me. Like, remember that Syndra probably should not be enabled, but is.
Yeah, I wonder too, and I think, I mean, how long Gamma's been taking for their last ban, not last ban here, but their first ban here of round 2. Unless DraftLol is trolling me, did it just freeze? It
looks like there's a bug, so it's not allowing Gamma to ban right now.
Yeah, it's saying he cannot pick, but it's a Cassiopeia ban. Is it frozen for everybody?
Yeah, I was gonna and as we, I think it must be frozen for everyone. So as we
try
work through
maybe
that,
they should try refreshing first. Oh, DraftLol is down again? Oh my goodness, no way DraftLol is down twice on my stream, bro.
Yeah, it is in fact down. Flay, what do we do?
The teams here are.
That's what this whole time I never knew that. I never realized that the best way to get his attention is just yelling his name on stream like he's my mom or something. But
we're back. It looks like red side is going to be able to.
I cannot get back onto it. I don't know. Well, nope, I'm back. Yep. DraftLol, not a sponsor of the CCS, notably. So just want to give us a little bit of defense there. But yeah, I mean, I guess refocusing here on a little bit of analysis about this draft here. As we go through, the Cassiopeia ban is the one that we can't see. But interesting, yeah. Yeah, we definitely need to complete the draft wall for all the purposes of things, I feel like. Anyways, Cassiopeia ban, I mean, I do think that they're going to limit another champion after that from XBKP's champion pool, because it is a little bit thin. Wouldn't be surprised to see something like the Victor taken off the board. That's another kind of favorite of his as well. But yeah.
Yeah, we're just going to go to a client draft here since DraftLol is bugging out on us. So
they didn't come when I called him, so
it's fine. I made the executive decision. I'll take a real screenshot of the entire thing for record purposes and whatnot. But yeah, sorry about that, y'all. But we'll get some real bans now. Once again, those first 2 bans from Gamma are fake because they're null. So
I mean, it's kind of exciting. I don't feel like there's normally this much suspense in the in-client draft, and it's got kind of those sounds like to, I don't know, it gives me chills with
because
this,
we don't know what the actual next bans are, right?
Yeah, it's like normally you just kind of know what it's going to be, and even if they pick something like in an unexpected position, they could always swap, all that kind of stuff. But here we go. I mean, they can always, notably,
we don't even know what their other picks are yet either.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why it's actually, there's some suspense to it here, as we are going to see the, what are we gonna, we already know it's Draven. I think they might pick Pike with this redacted. I mean, I'm really feeling like they might pick Pike with this and Leona. I feel like they're going to hover Syndra.
Hover Syndra?
Oh, no. Wait, never mind. It's not a recording. No, so they're going to pick the Leona, but now we actually get into the ban, so we're about to be back where we were.
Well, yeah, ID Eclipse. This should be a Diana ban, unless that was okay. Yep. Yeah, so there's a Diana ban.
And then we'll actually be seeing new things here. But so, like I said, probably, I guess, maybe another jungle ban possibly coming out here, or mid lane ban. I mean, definitely could just probably going to see ID just pinch a champion that they just don't want to play against. And not sure which role. And then again, I anticipate another control mage mid laner being taken away from XBKP.
Yeah, absolutely. once again, they are on red side, saving that counter pick. At this point, they have their top jump support and AD carry. So mid, not mid, yeah, mid. I'm sorry, mid and jungle. I really think they're gonna save counter pick for BKP at this point, but you never know. They could give it to Rejected Anew, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna go to BKP. But we will see here what their next pick will be. Oh, and we didn't even talk about their last real bans, right? Cassiopeia and Ari for Gamma here, and the Shyvana being banned out for ID Eclipse. So, that's a pretty interesting ban here.
I mean,
given that Shyvana is typically, she's still played in the jungle, but I have seen her quite a bit in the top lane, so maybe they know something we don't. As Pantheon is locked in here, that should be the Rejected Anew Pantheon. So yeah, counter pick should be given over to BKB. Sure, we've seen Pantheon mid lane, but it's super niche, so I'm very unlikely that that's what's going on here.
Yeah, and just as an aside, like kind of a mini aside, with Victor being picked up. So I mentioned the Victor, as a possible ban. Instead, they're just gonna, pick it away for themselves. But I was gonna say with the Shyvana, it's just randomly Rare Candy and Rejected Anew are actually both Shyvana jungle mains. I believe it's like banned 24 times against ID, I believe. And yeah, anyway, so point is, both of these players do play. You can see Rare Candy played it in 2 games in the series against Glaive. So it is a relevant ban against Rare Candy as well. But finishing out this draft, we are going to see the mid lane pick from XBKP, and it's the Syndra's back. There it is.
Yes, they actually did it. Oh my god, hold on, let me take a screenshot of this though real quick.
And so again, talking a little bit more about Syndra, did kind of get shifted around a little bit. I wish I could tell you a little bit more other than the ultimate. I'm sure there's people in the Twitch chat who probably remember more than I do, but it is a significant change to the champion that is going to alter not only the way that she's played, but also the way she's played against. I would assume that these players probably don't have, a huge wealth of experience against Syndra, especially recently, just because she had been out of the meta for a bit prior to this change. So that really can alter some situations for, I don't know, for the laning, I think, especially as far as like kind of the damage calculation from OG Kush, which is obviously extremely, extremely important when you're talking about a champion that executes a target that's below 15% of their maximum health. When you get the enhanced version of the ultimate. So anyways, I'm excited to see this new Syndra, what XBKP can do with this champion. If we can pop off, it'll be really, really exciting and make Flay, everyone will hate Flay for allowing it to be enabled, or if it will suck
they
and
already...
no one will care. Yeah, but they'll really bring it up. Like, because if it doesn't do well, people will just like not mention and just be like, not... only negative feedback is my point generally with those kind of decisions. So
blame Flay is the mantra of the day or night, depending on your location. But yeah, at this point here though, Elsa, I think we're gonna cut to a short break as we prepare for game 2. It's gonna be, of course, Dog Gamma on the blue, ID Eclipse on the red. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
You don't know these streets like we do. 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 Like we do.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are here live 2 of our 5-game series. It's Dorado Gaming Gamma against ID Eclipse in our Thursday conference finals for any new viewers who might not know exactly what the stakes are at home. We do have ourselves a 5-champ lineup here in the river, so pretty standard, as Hazem and Eddie laughing right in front of each other. Wow.
They both got those empowered auto attacks too, so with their passives, so you know.
And this right here, also, this is the top lane manifesto, right? This is like top lane, what do you want to call this? Camaraderie, because you're pretty much staring at your opponent for like 20 minutes, pretty much the entire game sometimes, right? So that's your own little camaraderie messaging that y'all got up there, huh?
Yeah, we just got some friendly, not even banter, just conversation here from both teams in the chat. Just displaying the level of integrity that we have, with our players here in the CCS. But yeah, I mean, as the laning starts here, one thing that we really didn't touch on, or I didn't really touch on, Redacted, in the champion select, is Pantheon here from Rejected anew, which is a champion that I've been seeing definitely more and more kind of pop up in the jungle specifically, but isn't something that we've seen as sort of a bread and butter kind of jungle pool champion for a while. But both of these junglers, both Volibear and Pantheon, they bring that early gank pressure. Speaking of early pressure,
yeah, what is going on here? Beyond Godly walking right past Carino as he was chunking out Bubster there. But,
lots of damage coming back though from Bubster.
Yeah, and also that just made me realize as well, we have quite a few different champions we're gonna have to stack check on, right? We gotta keep an eye on the Draven stacks. Now we gotta keep an eye on the Syndra stacks.
Yeah, no, we do, and we were just talking in the break about how with the Syndra changes here, she picks up those shards of wrath from damaging enemy spheres of wrath, from damaging enemy champions. So once she gets at I believe 20, 40, or I don't know, 40, 60, 80, and 100.
Yeah,
she gets those upgraded abilities, which is when these changes to Syndra actually kind of become relevant, and she gets that extra power that she was really missing, to be fair, prior to this. But we can see now, not really feeling like missing power early. Ooh,
yes,
one more auto.
Will flash forward, gets the first blood, and already on the board here for ID Eclipse and at 14 stacks. And yeah, so I was reading it on her passive, she gets, if it at 120 splinter, she gains a total of 15% total AP. So we were both right, but I was right about the wrong thing.
I see. Well, and I mean,
as we have more action in the bot lane here, Beyond Godly will get hooked and pulled back quite a bit. Carino A-OK, Bubster on the retreat. We do see a ping here from Rejected Anew, who wants to path towards this bot lane here. We'll see if anything can come from it.
Beyond Godly does have the flash available, could kind of look for something.
They're gonna spot him in this work.
Yeah, it would have to be on Draven, I would think, just because of Pyke having that E to be able to dash away, but definitely Pyke is the squishier out of the
but
two.
Here comes Red Candy, and Rejected Anew doesn't even know, but he will not. Will get mauled and stunned by the Volibear there on the come out and root the Gamma Jungler in place, and it's just a stare off now on the bot lane here. 17 and Red Candy Beyond was stepping forward, was almost going to be rooted behind this Pyke there, will get knocked back, and that should be a kill given over to Carino. Carino gets the kill, gets the gold, and gets that money in his pocket.
And so it almost looks like a replay of what we saw last game, but obviously teams are on different sides, so this time it's Gamma getting that important first kill over to their AD carry, and also for Draven, of course, really important specifically to cash in on those stacks with 4 minutes into the game. Not like it was a huge amount, but it's something, and that extra gold definitely going to help out as this recall coming through, and then we will see what Carino is able to afford here. Does have 1,600 gold in his pocket, so is going to be able to complete that full Noon Quiver in the boots. Really going to be hurting this Jinx when he comes back. Jinx, though, probably gonna does have some gold. Maybe you're gonna pick up some upgraded boots. We'll see when they go back. But that bot lane matchup is going to still be one to watch. Notably here, though, speaking of bot lane, Zventine is taking this time.
He gets the flash stun on BKB here, gets the solo bolo on the Syndra.
I'm looking at the other side. I was looking on the other side with Zventine coming around for the gank, but we got Volibear there with Rare Candy to finish it up as well, and just not mincing actions, I guess, with the flash on forward to pick up the kill. Onto XBKP, who definitely was playing pretty disrespectful forward in that lane.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And he was punished for it. Didn't have his flash, had no summoners up, so yeah. Rare Candy gets the kill, gets on the board, and will now recall with that extra gold in his pocket to get some items.
Yeah, and it looks like here Eddie Boy is going to be forced to stay. Nice wave manipulation from Hasm. We saw that from him in game 1 as well to get himself this lead. But I don't... Oh, now Eddie Boy's obviously going to reveal himself. I was going to say I'm not sure if it was known that he was there. Not like he can one-shot with the barrels or anything at this point yet. But Rejected Anew, maybe trying to guard for potential all-in on the 1v1, and it's gonna happen.
There it is. There it's gonna happen. World Ender was procced by Hasm, who was on the retreat, but the Zenith Blade stun from Beyond Godly to root. Godly almost almost chunked out with the ignite there, but we'll be able to live as Carino does not have his ultimate just yet. More action on the top side though. Rare Candy, Thundering Smash, the Pantheon with that Frenzied Maul there with those procs. We see Rejected Anew being gifted over to somebody. Somebody take this man down. Hasm gets the kill.
Yeah, Rare Candy definitely wanting that to go to Hasm, already having picked up the 1 kill. And, you know, like I said, both of these junglers are going to, you know, largely, especially later in the game, be sort of these glorified stun bots more than anything else. So they want to make sure that they're getting the other members of their team as strong as possible. In the bot lane, as they dodge that Bone Skewer, IB Ungodly really close to going down, you know, choosing to Zenith Blade in at not really the best moment there, but it, they did it, you know, did manage to survive in the end, and Bubster still has both of those summoners available too. So the Jinx, I feel like, really happy to continue existing in this lane with like nothing happening, especially given the lead that the Draven got early on. So I think that if you're Bubster, you're like, hey, it would be cool if we could just hang out and I can just farm under the
flash forward as well with this ignite from his, at least from his Q there, will not be able to take down Hasm. Hasm lives the thunder from BKB. OG Kush using the Gravity Well and Chaos Storm to keep BKB in place. Hasm playing this on a knife's edge as the Pantheon ultimate comes through, and he is punished for his hubris, as he should. You should have backed. Rare Candy though, now looking for something in retribution. Thundering Smash, Frenzied Maul, Sky Splitter. He's gonna chunk down the Pantheon, and he will get something back in retribution for his teammate there. So it is a 1-for-1 on the top side overall.
Yeah, it has him just feeling a little bit overconfident staying there, although at the point where, you know, he's doing the 10 emote, unfortunately Rejected Anew is in ult range either way and would be able to cancel the back or cut him off. So he's pretty much screwed, we might say, from that point out. But, you know, nice work rotating from both junglers, really. Obviously Rejected Anew punishing that under the turret from Hasm, but then Rare Candy following up as well. So, you know, both teams being aware of each other's movement around the map, and that's definitely a fun thing to see in this series, which is very competitive so far. And, you know, in this game too, we see again the blue side team taking the advantage early on, but not really as extreme maybe as it was for ID in the first one, I would say.
And for some of our viewers at home, if you are curious about the Syndra, hold that thought though, as Eddie Boy is dueling with Rare Candy here on the top line, and nothing should come of it. Rare Candy on the retreat. Eddie Boy will be a-okay. Will take the Krugs though as a little treat for himself, as we do see the Ocean Drake given over to ID Eclipse. Gamma not in position to contest at this time. But as I was saying, Syndra now currently at 45 stacks here, 45 splinters. So she does now have the Transcended Dark Spear, which now allows her to store up to 2 charges in her Q. A 1.25 second cooldown between casts though. So her next point of power would be 60 splinters, where her W deals an additional 15% of true damage, 1.5% per 100 AP. So this just keeping aware about these new Syndra changes, and we'll see how they come into play on the Rift as these stacks progress.
Yeah, I was just thinking about the meetings that I'm gonna have to go to tomorrow if I have to shave only part of my face or something like that. I was just feeling a little nervous about that. I'm like, I definitely have a couple meetings that I'm gonna have to be on camera for tomorrow, so I was a little distracted by that. But it's fine. I still have total faith in Gamma. You know, they were just limit testing game 1, and with it, you know, we talked about the dragon being picked up. And it was traded for the Rift Herald here from Rare Candy, so he's around the mid lane right now, obviously spotted out, but, you know, definitely fishing for something to do with that one. 3 minutes still left on the turret plating expiration.
Yeah, absolutely. Turret plates expiring in about 3 minutes here. Mountain Drake, the next Drake on the board, which means we'll have our Cloud Hextech or Infernal Soul as the Zenith Blade Chomper to cleanse as the Grand Starfall as well. There's so much damage coming out here from down yet. Carino rejected anew. Carino and Rare Candy punish rejected anew, actually getting the takedown. ID Eclipse now on the retreat. What looked like a great play for them ended up being their doom.
And so often in League of Legends, the team that expends their important cooldowns and, you know, looks really strong in the fight early on does not end up being the one winning it. And that's the case here with Eddie Boy, you know, using that Gangplank ultimate early on to get that initial burst of damage. But, you know, even with Rejected Anew diving into the backline, they just don't have enough damage to pick up that initial kill. And after that, they're just on the retreat. It's never going to end well for them, really, at that point, at least the way the game is right now. Checking in, though, I mean, thinking about a little bit about the gold. I know, Redacted, you're really good at bringing that up. So I need to do my part. Looking at this Draven, 5,600 gold
to show it on extreme.
5,700 gold for Draven, 3,600 for Jinx. So that's obviously a huge gap here for the Draven. It has expanded upon early on, but meanwhile, we got a force fight here, I guess.
Yeah, have ourselves a little bit of a skirmish here as Shelly was launched at the turret. ID Eclipse now defending it successfully, though. Rare Candy leading his bot lane to retreat. So they are a-okay. And yeah, Elsa, like you said, you know, we haven't even talked much about the Jinxing gold because I feel like we've been our attention has been driven elsewhere between this Gangplank and Aatrox matchup. Rare Candy has 2 kills and 150 gold bounty already. And then Syndra, of course, putting the pressure onto OG Kush here. And those sweet spots are coming out, doing quite a bit of damage here. The Undertow does connect. Bubster will be chunked out and just taken down. Carino looking to get beyond Gali, who will flash away. But the AD carry for ID Eclipse punished. And that is not what you want to see in the spot lane here, especially for this Jinx. Gamma, 6 kills to 2 for Eclipse right now with a 3K gold lead, 4K gold lead.
And Twitch chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Draven still cashes in off Pyke ultimate. I think that's really that's really broken. I don't know why that's a thing, but I'm pretty sure that it is, or at least it was at a certain point. So like, even though it's kind of weird, normally you think like, oh, it feels bad because you want Pyke to take the kill, but then Draven loses out gold. But no, for some reason, that's just not the case. So anyways, huge, I mean, to be fair, though, Svinteen definitely earning every little bit of that gold with that stun on both bot lane members early on, and XBKP, ooh, looking like he's in danger.
Yo, nah, that was great. Hey. That was great. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm trying to regain my composure here.
You're good, no worries. I can say more things. Say more ridiculous thing. I mean, it wasn't even that ridiculous. I think it's just common opinion. But now the dragon, I think this would be the first dragon of the entire 2 games for Gamma if they do pick it up here, which is, you know, I think is pretty important. I think that the Infernal Soul definitely played a big part in the game. In that first game, it is going to be the Cloud Soul this time. I think that almost in a way makes it more valuable to just kind of say, hey, it's the Cloud Soul, you know, not necessarily as valuable. Both teams only have 1 dragon so far. So what it basically means is kind of takes dragon off of the map as an option in the short term. Is Flash gonna
Eddie
come
Boy
out?
Burn his flash there, has him starting to gain the advantage in that top lane 1v1 matchup there. We can see Eddie Boy now a little bit on the back foot there. We'll have to play a lot more carefully as the Scatter the Weed connects onto OG Kush here. Chunked out about 1/4 of his health bar. Gamma did get that Mountain Soul. Bone Skewer does connect with the Phantom Overtow as the Chaos Storm has been... Oh, but the Draven ultimate goes wide. Will not be able to get that execution there that I'm sure Karina was looking for.
Yeah, and XBKP definitely dropping well below half. OG Kush trying to chunk him out to the point where Svinteen can maybe, make a flash play with the Pyke, but they don't quite get there. And meanwhile, while these roams are happening, I think that one small win for ID is that this does give a little bit of additional time for Bubster just to sit down bot, pick up a few waves of farm, fairly uncontested, because even though Draven is a full item ahead, isn't necessarily able to force the 1v1 if Bubster positions correctly with those chompers. So does have one item done now for the Jinx, but it's going to be quite a while until Bubster has any sort of parity with the amount of power that Karina's bringing.
Yes, BKB looking for the kill onto OG Kush here, but 17 here to assist. Tricks the BKP mid laner for ID Eclipse, and it's a dead Syndra.
Yeah, but once Syndra does pick up that, 100 souls, or 100, whatever stacks, then that will be a kill. Such low health bar there on OG Kush, definitely below 15% there, would have been, executed, but not quite at that point. I was trying to click on her, but I'm not able to for some reason because the spectator client hates me, but,
Oh, I use the hotkeys.
Oh, there we go. There you go. What's she at now? 72.
Syndra? Yeah, Syndra.
So she still needs like 28 more, I believe, to get the upgraded ultimate. So still a little ways to go, but almost at that point. As Bubster, he does not want to be 1v1 against Hazem.
Absolutely not. But no, Syndra does now have the upgraded W though, and is at this point, what did we say? You said 72?
Yep,
so
72.
Is now at 77, so 3 splinters away from her upgraded E next. And then once again at 100, R as Eddie Boy and Rare Candy, a bear is mauling down a pirate with a gladiator in tow. This pirate, and takes the tower shots as well. Carino gets the kill. That's another stack for the Draven here, another cash out. 3-0-1. Carino has silently become a problem, and there hasn't even been a real full-on 5v5 team fight yet. So how is this gonna look? Because Bubster here is, currently the hopes and dreams for ID Eclipse. As Beyond Godly, the chains do get him. Oh, did he tried to flash the chains at the last second, but the flash ended up not working, and now BKB stuck between.
Where are you?
Place. What is going on here? Carino fighting this Pantheon, whirling death. He flashes, trying to get the knockback, but he still gets the kill with the Q. And Gamma, I told you, Elsa, they may troll game 1, but they're not gonna troll game 2.
Oh, there's something so funny about the flash to try to, redirect the ult. The fancy kill doesn't work. Screw it, just auto attack him to death. Can't right click wrong. Picks up the kill.
And honestly, you know what that tells me right now? That tells me Gamma is having fun, and they're confident that they're gonna win. Because as an AD carry, you don't just do that, because that's your flash. Drake is coming up in 30 seconds, so you would save that for something more important. But who knows what's going through the minds of these players right now? Yeah,
Draven, right? I mean, always want to go for the flashy plays. That's just the way the champion is. As we see the replay here. The upfront damage is big from the Pantheon, but we all know that once that first combo is used, it is all going to be Carino. And, we're not going to talk about the flash, but he got it done. And 11-2 win kill score, 8k gold lead. And all of a sudden, I was just saying, this one's a little closer than the game 1, but all of a sudden here at 20 minutes, it definitely looks like Gamma is running away with it, one-sided game 2. But ID, they're gonna fight here.
They absolutely gonna fight as 17 flashes forward against the Bone Spear, the Cannon Barrage in the middle of the fight. Bubster though chunking out these rockets. The Whirling Death connects. OG Kush with the flash forward. Bubster on the retreat. Eddie Boy and ID Eclipse on the retreat as well. This Cloud Drake has been agitated quite a bit. 3 members of Gamma remain here. The Pike and Aatrox already down, but they still have their jungler. They still have the 2 damage dealers. ID Eclipse as well. They have their pirate, their champion from Target, the Syndra, the Jinx, the ultimate from Rare Candy comes out. Carino, OG Kush barely left alive, but Gamma will get the Drake, and now will they be able to retreat? They see these tasty health bars.
Look at that.
Rare Candy has been stunned by the scanner of the week. Rejected Nuke gets the stun, but the cleanse from Carino, he's able to lift the Eddie Boy goes down. Rare
there we go.
Carino gets a double flash forward from Rare Candy. The Thundering Maw connects, and the Jinx goes down. That is a delayed ace for the side of Dog Gamma.
I can see additional animations on the screen of Draven just drooling, looking at those low health bars there from Carino, who, you know, throws out the E and then, you know, cleanses, but eventually is able to using those to pick up those kills, and they're gonna try to snowball it here into the Baron. Just the Leona alive to contest. Rejected Anew coming up now. Does have the ultimate available, but this Baron's going really low. Looks like it's gonna go over to Gamma, who are not limit testing in this one. Or the limit testing's working out better.
Exactly. Yeah, I was gonna say they're limit testing, but it's definitely working out in their favor currently, because also that's 11k gold lead already at 22 minutes.
Yeah, I can almost feel 1/3 of my facial hair coming off my face now. I'm excited for that. So, but you know, I mean, but hold on, you know, I don't want to cast her curse for sure and get too far ahead of myself. But Baron has been picked up now, so you know, this is the moment where they don't need to end the game with this Baron, but they would definitely like to get a nice power play, and it's going to start with Hazem surviving here. Ooh, that was clean wall to get through with your E. That's like very nice Aatrox mechanics right there.
Absolutely. Well, top lane and mechanics, not a sentence I thought I. No, I'm kidding. As the chains connect from Infernal, or the chains connect, has them almost BKB there. That unleashed power, barely able to take him out. But now Gamma take down 2, and they will get the turret here. Will they look for the inhibitor turret next? It looks like the answer will be yes. Carino and OG Kush here with the Rammus. Okay.
Plenty of time left on the Baron. 25 seconds still on XBKP. So that just means they're definitely going to pick up this first inhibitor, if not the game.
Yeah, I think ID is already saying GG and start prep for game 3.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I mean, on one hand, if you're ID, I think that a lot of teams like to focus on playing until the very last second, but
I think game 3 Elsa.
It's a 5-game series for a reason, you know. You can lose 2 and you can still win the whole series. Nice team fighting actually here. Yeah. See what I'm saying?
Upstairs in BKP.
Winnable? No, I still don't think that it's gonna be.
It is a 51 to 37k gold lead. You tell me if that's winnable.
Probably not. I think that's just a little bit more Gamma, maybe overstaying their welcome. The 2 inhibitors definitely, and diving into the turret. But like I said, it's not about needing to end the game with that Baron. It's just about exploding the gold lead, which they did. Not sure the exact power play, but definitely, you know, multiple thousands of gold, additional advantage that they picked up. I think like at least 3k. So that's huge, picking up all of those turrets, and they definitely are kind of playing for style points at this point. You know, Hazem, who talked about, but pretty much everybody making those really, really aggressive plays, but the plays that they can make when they're this far ahead.
And Elsa, BKP is at 99 splinters currently. Actually, yeah, 99 splinters of Wrath here. Oh, and has now just hit 100. So we'll have the upgraded ultimate ability there. So, and what that does once again is upon gathering 100 splinters of Wrath, it will now have that execute on 15 if your max health is below 15% essentially. So that execute ability on BKP ultimate there, that'll be quite exciting to see. I hope we get to see it at least once in this game before Gamma claims it here, but we'll see.
Cool, at least. I mean, unfortunately, it can only kill 1 person. So even if you know, even if that is pretty cool, it is not. It can, even if they can, you know, get that execute onto OG Kush or onto Carino, there's still going to be other people left alive, so it doesn't solve the entire problem. But yes, I would very much like to see it. I want to know, does it make the sound that Elder Drake makes? You know what I'm talking about? I don't. Yeah. It's like it's like the most satisfying noise when it's you having it and killing people.
Oh my
god! It's against you, it's like, oh, it's so unfair. It's so broken. Anyways, but you know, that's just the life of a League player. As they, I mean, Gamma is taking their time, which I do like to see. They don't need to. You don't need to force, like, when you do run it down and try to force ending and then like kind of have another even fight, like there was a few moments ago under the Nexus turret area, that's when it starts to be like, ooh, now we're giving Jinx enough time to, you know, get 3 items, guys. But Here's their moment.
Rejected Anu gets the stun onto Hasm with the super mega death
Okay.
rocket from Bubster, and the Aatrox, the Darkened Blade, is down. The top laner from Gamma has not been having himself quite a wonderful game. I mean, sure, he's won the 1v1, but look at that KDA, 1-4-8. But I mean, when your team is doing pretty well with the Draven and the Victor, you don't always need to be the carry. So I guess he's still doing his job, right? Being a menace, being that frontline nuisance that is hard to get through sometimes. So.
And to be fair to him, like, he did absorb the you know, basically all of the jungle pressure top lane, and still really won lane, I would say, at least in in the early to mid stages. Now, looking at it, is down a good amount of CS to Eddie Boy for sure. I don't know whether how much that's going to end up mattering, but like I said, some of these fights continuing to be a little closer, it is concerning, particularly as this Jinx has 2 items completed, upgraded boots, has the pickaxe, so probably going to be that Infinity Edge, I would imagine, next. So they're just gonna, I think that for now, ID gonna look to turtle as much as they can. Maybe try to pick up some picks with this Pantheon and the Syndra damage, but really just looking to facilitate Bubster.
Bone Skewer. We go. To the new, stuck between a bush and a hard place. We'll have to flash away. Baron now spawning. Gamma looking for something though. The gravity well, as the Bone Skewer has been charged up once again. Bubster narrowly missing it though.
Yeah, he looked confident that he knew the kind of the range to sidestep, so nice work there.
But the Bone Skewer connects again, rejected Anu.
Looks scary, but Pantheon not having this flash is going to be huge with this Baron, being up and being hit right now. Not going to have that one to get over the wall.
Flash from 17, rejected Anu has been hooked again with the Phantom Overtoad. Pretty well, the Chaos Storm. There is so much damage being on top of ID Eclipse. The Whirling Death connects Legendary on this. Oh, what the man stun from BKP. Bubster is going crazy. The Cannon Barrage as well. As this Jinx splashes forward and gets another kill. Elsa, you were right with the stun as well from BKP. He's looking. Bubster is able to take down 17. Carino, actually, no. Carino takes him down because of the GA. Eddie Boy down. That is an ace for Dog Gamma, and that will be an inhibitor, maybe even the game.
Oh my, Dog Gamma, if you do not win this, they're trying to making me look like an idiot. Their full-time job so far is, but as we look at this replay, I think they are going to be able to end the game there. It should be the end. Pantheon is here. Leona in 1 second. They are pretty low though. Low health bars.
Carino, but look at
my lord.
My god, Carino, it does so much damage. That Draven is a goddamn menace, and that is game 2 for Gaming Gamma.
Oh my lord. They did not need to make that so stressful. I mean, first of all, I am a fan of both teams. It's just about my, it's just about my prediction. I just want to say, not
let's
anything
see.
else.
Go ahead. You can start shaving.
Okay, should I turn on another light here? I don't want it to.
Yeah. I want to see it, man.
All right, here I'll start over on this side. Here, I just want to make sure I get it over the floor. Wait, hold on. Should I alter my camera so it's a better view? Here.
Oh my god. Yo.
Okay.
There it is. Oh my goodness, this man's really shaving the beard. So 1/3. So that means we're gonna see some skin on this side, and then the rest of your beard on the other side. Oh my goodness, man. But no, while he's doing that, that was a really good game here from Dorado Gaming Gamma game 2. Just like I predicted that. I told y'all at home. I was like, yeah, they 50-50 game 1s, but they're not gonna troll game 2. So they drafted pretty well, and they got the win. So we'll see how now ID Eclipse will respond in game 3. Will they choose to be on the blue side once again, or will they stay on the red side? Very interesting here, because these side selections have really kind of
they've dictated a lot.
They've dictated a lot, exactly. Thank you,
blue side in particular is generally the best. Okay, how's that? That's looking. I mean, it's rough, obviously, but it's about 1/3, I would say.
Wait, did you get the neck? I didn't see the neck.
Oh, I'm missing maybe a little bit down here.
Okay, I got you.
All right,
Wonderful.
Yeah, sorry, everyone. It's slow when I don't have a real mirror. Just a wet.
It's all good. It's all good. But man, yeah, like you said, man, 5-game series for a reason. And both of these teams, honestly, They're pretty even, I would say, so far. Throughout the first two games, it been um hasn't been a complete overwhelming game. Overwhelming series. You know, ID
Yeah.
did pretty stomp pretty well in game one. Gamma game two. So game three is usually a pretty telling way of how a series might go.
There it is. All right. It's looking, it's, it's about, and we'll do this part next. And yeah. See, it looks
But
pretty normal here. Yeah.
yeah. So in the meantime, Elsa, I think we're gonna cut to a short break as we prepare for game three. So don't go anywhere. Elsa's beard surely is not. Maybe the rest will go as Gamma continues to win, or maybe he's gonna go into work tomorrow with 2/3 of his face. But we'll be right back as we prepare for game three. I'll let you out. Welcome back, everyone, as we are preparing for our Game 3 draft of Dorado Gaming Gamma against ID Eclipse. It has been one heck of a series so far. ID Eclipse have elected the blue side once again, like we called it, Elsa. So, yeah, blue side definitely taking priority, taking prominence so far in this series. We'll see if the blue side win streak meta continues, as no one has found a victory on red side just yet here. So pretty interesting to see how this series is shaping out to be. And I wonder if ID Eclipse will look for that Syndra pick once again. I think it did pretty decently. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I mean, no, I agree. I feel like the Syndra did well. We talked about how, a lot of the changes involve how it gets stronger over the course of the game, but really XBKP came out of the gate really strong. Definitely seems like he has a lot of familiarity on Syndra, I'm sure, prior to these changes being made, just kind of based on his laning ability there. But with that being said, obviously the Syndra wasn't necessarily enough to take over the game. And beyond that, OG Kush still dumping out just a ton of damage on the Victor. So it's not like he nullified his lane opponent or anything like that. Uh, we
Okay,
got a
so
little bit of okay, yeah, we got a little bit of misunderstanding, but we're totally fine. So Seraphine
yeah.
is the band that's missing, which would be consistent with ID Eclipse's, past bans here, and it is going to be Dog Gamma this time. Game 1, they fell victim to rejected Anu's Hecarim, which was prioritized for the first pick, but this time they're going to deny it away. And so instead, it's going to be the MF. And I believe in the game 1 draft, MF was the one band that Gamma decided to take away from ID. And so they do just sort of make this switch. And I know that Bubster's MF is very, very strong, huge pick for the bot lane of ID Eclipse. But speaking of kind of that AOE damage threat, Dog Gamma going to go right back to this Victor once again, denying it from XBKP, kind of that safe blind pick, and giving OG Kush that mid lane mage that is so typical for Gamma.
Yeah, absolutely. That mid lane mage being taken away from BKP here. So we'll see. Once again, Syndra is open, Cassiopeia is open. Plenty of other picks for BKP to be put on here. But I'm curious to see what ID Eclipse will elect for, since Dog Gamma have shown their first two lane champions here, their mid laner and their jungler. That could be a Sedge top, but once again, not really typically seen in Hasm's wheelhouse. He is more of that split lane carry laner we have to enjoy watching. So that Sedge should be going to rare candy here, as Rek'Sai has been locked in for rejected anew. So our void, one of our void queens in the jungle here, given play, given priority, given some spotlight, as Cassiopeia once again locked in for PKP, did pretty well on that champion, pretty comfortable, played it really damn well, if I'd say so. So back in the comfort wheelhouse for ID Eclipse here, as Aphelios now being hovered for, oh, please don't. No. Well, Ezreal wouldn't be bad. I just hate seeing Ezreal because I don't know what his win rate is, but
yeah,
in the league, it's not good.
Yeah, I mean, I think that again, like here, you want to pick for AD carry because you already see the misfortune coming out. You want to save the counter pick for other positions. Ezra just definitely provides that safety. Yes, it can be kind of a boring pick at times, but it's that's kind of the reason why it's taken. But speaking of kind of more exciting picks, with Rek'Sai being picked up, our ID Eclipse, I think you call it out really well, Redacted, with just with Gamma as a team, knowing that it's very unlikely for Hasm to play the Sejuani, Sejuani kind of falling out of priority top lane, going more towards the jungle as well. Anyways, it allows you to pick this Rek'Sai because you know that even though Rek'Sai is a champion that often struggles kind of in that early 1v1 matchup against other junglers, Sejuani is not going to pressure her. So it will be exciting to see that, because Rek'Sai opens up a lot of gank paths that we don't normally see and can catch teams off guard, especially if they're not used to playing against that champion in particular.
Absolutely. As the next round of bans are coming out, Renekton banned by ID Eclipse, with the Renekton and Jax now banned by ID Eclipse, focusing, directing that energy towards Hazm in the top lane, with the Amumu and Leona bans here from Dog Gamma.
Wow.
So they are godly here. So both teams, oh, as the Renata locked in for Dog Gamma.
So I was just going to say quickly, Gamma really expecting this to be a tank support, engage support pickup here, banning out the Amumu and the
No
Leona to
way.
pair up with the MF, and then, picking this Renata preemptively, who is so good into champions like
You
Nautilus, is what it's kind of specifically thought of as a hard counter to. With that being said, you have to play it right for
wow.
that to be the case, utilizing the W effectively, in particular against these all-in oriented bot lanes. But it will just be the Nautilus. So ID Eclipse just going to say, hey, we see what you're doing, and we are just going to lean straight into it. It worked out for them in game one. I was the one doubting IB Ungodly on the Nautilus, taking the squishy choice with the runes, but ended up not dying that entire game. And they're not going to, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
Ooh, as the Mordekaiser locked in here for
Right.
ID Eclipse on B5 here. And the Aatrox once again has him piloting this Darkened Blade. If it is locked in for Dog
Yeah.
Gamma, as
I
we
mean,
await. Oh, Fiora. Ooh, come on, Hasm, give
okay.
it to me. Give it to us.
So,
Like,
yeah. Fiora definitely has some really strong counter pick potential here. I'm not sure if they will end up going for it. They do. So
let's
with the
go.
riposte, you can pretty easily riposte the E from Mordekaiser. So that gives you a stun, I believe. That one
Mm-hmm.
procs a stun because it's CC.
Mm-hmm.
But more importantly, if you are really, really good at seeing when Mordekaiser's casting his ultimate, there is a cast time on the Mordekaiser ultimate that can be riposted as well. So again, that is a difficult timing to pull off, but good, really, really good Fiora players will do it every single time because there's kind of that pull where Mordekaiser goes in to pull you into the death realm. And if you can riposte, obviously, not only do you pick away really his most important ability, of course. So I feel like in these last two games, Hazm has done well in the 1v1 matchup, but didn't really have the tools to really push it to the absolute limit and be that hard carry in the top lane. But Fiora, if there's one champion that comes to mind when you say carry top laner for me, it's Fiora. There's no sort of alternative build paths that are more utility focused. She doesn't really have any CC beyond the riposte when used correctly. So it's going to be on Gamma to get into the top lane. Sejuani passive really easily proc by Fiora too. So I'll stop going on and on about that top lane, but I'm really excited to see this 2v2 between the junglers and top laners here.
I mean, and just as you were finishing your rant about the top lane, I'm gonna pick up the torch where you kept it off. I'm gonna pick up the baton in the relay. Nah, we haven't really seen the Hasm carry potential that he can be. So I think, in my opinion, it's starting to ramp up here with this Fiora pick. So I'm hoping, like, if you pick Fiora, to me that's telling me, like, all right, I'm expecting some jungle attention now coming out from the side of Gamma. I'm expecting to see Candy up there looking to punish Eddie Boy early to get this Fiora ahead, so that way she becomes a menace in the mid-late game here, and you have to send multiple people to respond to her. But on the opposite end, ID they do have some tools to respond to that Fiora. The miasma from Cassiopeia will keep plenty of people grounded, makes it a lot more difficult to navigate around the rift in these team fight situations and whatnot. Rek'Sai, of course, with the burrows and everything like that pathing that you mentioned before, Elsa, very unique gank pathways that you're not typically aware of or used to, so you have to be
over those
a bit
thick
more
walls.
Yeah. You got to be a bit more cognizant of where the other jungler might be. So we'll see if Rare Candy will look to get some early invades just to spot like what camps have been taken by Rejected anew, so that way they are aware of where the jungler might be or could be.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely will be the case. And I think both games, while both teams have had strong moments, in game one, we saw IDE really, grabbing control early on and just kind of running with that throughout the game. Whereas game two took Gamma a little bit of time, but they did the opposite, right? So it'll be interesting to see going into the game three, will it be kind of this tag team, this tag back and forth where blue side always runs away with it, or can we really see a game that's very, very close, past 20 minutes or so?
Yeah, and I hope Eddie Boy doesn't make the mistake. God, I don't remember what series it was, but there was a series I was casting. Maybe it was you and I together, or possibly. But there was a Mordekaiser on one team, and the other team had Renata, and he was ulting the Renata. That player was ulting the Renata pretty consistently after a certain point. So I hope Eddie Boy looks to do that, because that hostile takeover, as you get later into the game, of course, your carries such as Misfortune and Cassiopeia, they start to do a lot more damage, and you have seen them almost legit take out their own team members if they get hit by that hostile takeover. So I wonder who he will have priority for with that ultimate there once we're post 15 minutes out of the mid game and like on these neutral objectives and stuff like that. So it's gonna be hard to take Ezreal. So I think you should look to take the Renata, so that way that hostile takeover doesn't create quite a nuisance for you.
Yeah, and I mean, that was a series we were casting together.
Yeah, okay, I thought it was. Yeah,
especially considering, like we've talked about, Hazem having the ability to potentially riposte, and then Ezreal can build up the QSS. Obviously, never feels super good, but a pretty easy option to be able to negate that Mordekaiser ultimate. So I think we definitely could see that coming down under the Renata. So we'll see if Sventine pays that tax with the QSS as well. But I think looking at the core of IDE's team composition here, we talked about kind of in game one, like, yeah, they had some subs, but it's all about these kind of core members of the team in XBKP, rejected it anew, and Bubster. XBKP back on this Cassiopeia that worked really well in game one. Bubster on the Misfortune, kind of that signature champion, and then rejected anew, kind of getting this unique pick as well. So I'm excited to see if they can take advantage of the blue side again. Of course, would love to continue my shaving, but that's out of my hands.
Yeah, but before we go to a short break, Elsa, why don't you go ahead and bless us one more time with, that smooth, barren face of yours before we go to a short break. Show us what you're working with, man. Oh yeah, there it is. There it is.
1/3 done, 2/3 left to go. No worries, it's fine. Limit testing game one.
And he did say that he would shave off the middle next if
middle's going next.
Middle's going next if Gamma win this game. But if
I'm
not
going Walter White.
Yeah. So we're gonna cut to a short break here as we prepare for our next game of Game 3 of our Thursday's conference finals. Once again, ID Eclipse against Dorado Gaming Gamma. So stay tuned. We'll be back. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here for Game 3 of our Thursday Conference Finals. It is ID Eclipse on the blue against Dorado Gaming Gamma. Elsa, we have ourselves a 5-champ lineup once again in the Rift here. So that gives you time to do, run some spells.
More ranting. No, I just want to commend all the players in this game for having some sick skins. Definitely enjoying seeing those ones. So thanks for giving your money away to Riot.
A small indie company.
If you ever want to feel horrible, there's some website that you can that will tell you how much money you've spent in the League of Legends client, like total over the history of your account. So
right, it's right itself. You just
yeah, if you just want to if you want to really scare yourself straight, I would recommend it. But anyways, getting back to the actual game,
I checked mine. It wasn't that bad, actually.
I will just say that since I checked it, I believe it was maybe like 5 years ago at this point, I have never bought a skin just for myself. I've only bought them as gifts just because I was so horrified. But here for Hazem in the top lane, did take the Conqueror. Something we didn't really touch on that much in the first game is on the Jax, he did take Grasp of the Undying, so even though it was responsible, I think, in large part for him being able to get through that lane phase without ever going back to the base, it meant that he lacked a little bit of the damage later in the game to cut through that Shen, which, we remember seeing, once Jen picked up a couple of items. But this time with Fiora, grabbing the Conqueror will give her kind of that additional power on the back end of these fights that she's really going to be looking for. And at level 1 already,
I'm already looking for those vitals, but I don't know if he's trade Eddie Boy with the indestructible there and the Q there, just whacking Hazem over the head as the death grabs comes. He will have to dash away from it, using his pot as well to regenerate some health.
And if we talk about this Fiora as a counter pick to this Mordekaiser, but it's in the context of, having the riposte and kind of using it specifically against some of these abilities. So, first of all, you have to execute that correctly if you're Hazem. Also, you have to have the ability to begin with. So it's not like he just kind of automatically wins early on. Mordekaiser, is a really strong blind pick just because.
But look at this already, Elsa. Like we said, Rick Andy already looking for the gank here. We said if Hazem was playing this Fiora, we would expect to see the jungler of Gamma look to give him a lot of attention because Fiora wants to be a menace. So we will look for them to try and snowball this Fiora ahead, as we saw Hazem parry the Death's Grasp there. So well played from the top laner of Gamma here, but rejected anew. Now contesting these Krugs, we're seeing a lot of aggression here from ID. Will he be able to bury away? No, but will be able to use the flash and get out. But that is now his summoner down for about 5 minutes here, as Beyond Godly gets the hook onto 17 here. Carino using that pea shooter damage from Ezreal that we know in air does not pack quite the punch just yet, but it will dissuade Beyond Godly from progressing any further.
Yeah, and especially with Carino starting out with the tier, really just tells you that this Renata Ezreal are just going to want to sit back in this lane phase, which makes sense because, of course, Nautilus is so good at facilitating those ganks. And there we see Hazem not timing the riposte correctly, so not perfect with it so far. Not that he needs to necessarily be perfect, but that is going to be that, we keep talking about it, but that is going to be that key ability into this matchup. But going into the other solo lane as well, game 1. We saw kind of a similar thing here in the mid lane where both scaling champions were okay to just kind of farm through the lane phase, and it looks like we will see something somewhat similar here. This time it's going to be the Victor instead of Vygar. Different V champion, but still, still kind of late game scaling.
Yeah, absolutely late game scaling from OG Kush and BKP, as we did see rejected anew pathing up towards Hazem here with Eddie Boy. The Death Grab does connect as well as the Obliterate. The riposte was wide. Hazem away, will be able to get out as BKP and OG Kush trade in the mid lane.
And there we saw Rek'Sai being able to, you know, sit in that push, was able to sneak his way there, but then using the tunnel to get onto Hasm. So Flash having to be expended there. And I do think that that is, it likely means that, you know, just like Hasm is indicating with that tent emoji, we are probably going to see that Rek'Sai back up there to try to take advantage.
Ooh, the ignite from Carino here. They're trying to out Beyond Godly. We're almost there, but the heal from Bubster saves his support. We'll be able to get out.
And the pea shooter starting to add up there, but this is the reason why, you know, Renata is good into these engaged champions. Is she's good at reacting when the Nautilus goes in. If you're able to survive that initial burst, then, you know, she's really good at being able to kite you out, give that extra move speed. Also, you know, root, pull them away from you, pull them towards you, all that fun stuff. And now IB Ungodly being pretty chunked out does give quite a bit of control to the bot lane of Dorado Gamma, but neither jungler is in the area currently. However, Rejected Anew could be going there soon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dragon's
Rejected Anew looks like he is passing towards his bot lane. Actually, will make a tunnel through the Drake, now pathing towards the blue side of Dog Gamma here. Actually, yeah, we'll be looking for it. Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly. And there he is going for it. Gets the knockable. You know, their career. Spends the flash, and Beyond Godly actually first blood over to Dog Gamma. Oh, but the challenge here from Hasm has been issued. Eddie Boy on the retreat, as they will not be able to complete it.
And it just goes so bad there for IB Ungodly, who ends up kind of being the victim for IDE. He comes over the wall. We talked about those.
Here he goes. Gets the permafrost, gets the stacks, the death grasp as well. It was parried, and Eddie Boy is down. There's Hasm on the board now.
And it just gets worse, right? With Hasm picking up that kill, everything kind of going to plan, and then some. You know, I reference how this Ezreal and Renata really would be happy to just sit under their tower and farm. I think they'll be even happier to sit under their tower and pick up kills on the enemy support, as just a little bit of an overreach and such good disengagability.
The hook from Beyond Godly connects, but Bubster was not there to assist, as he had his eyes on the wave.
And
Eddie Boy.
MF definitely wants to get to level 6 before you're really looking for, you know, too many more of these all-ins. It's just such a crucial ability for definitely a fairly ultimate dependent champion. So I think, you know, choosing to continue take fights before that doesn't make a ton of sense. I think probably there, Beyond Godly just stopping or delaying the backs will allow them to maybe pick up the turret plate. But so Sejuani's down here too.
Yeah, absolutely. Sejuani now in her blue side, but ID Eclipse will be aware of where Rare Candy is due to that. Actually, no, they won't. Well, they'll know 17 was due to that ward that was in their blue side. Actually, I don't think they got it because the Scryer's Bloom. Wow. Great word placement there. Take notes. Take notes. But they do know that Dog Gamma are now working on this in Drake here. It should go over scot-free as you look at our mini-map. Contest, so they are aware, like, okay, they get the Inferno Drake, that's fine, we'll just react accordingly and go back to our lanes.
And on the other side of the map, Rejected Anew starts by taking away the red buff. Looks like he's going to go over to the Krugs. The question is, do they have the ability to dive Hasm here? Eddie, it's kind of weird with Mordekaiser, whose ultimate runs counterintuitively to, you know, diving and trading that turret aggro, but it looks like they're definitely thinking about it.
Rejected Anew was thinking about it. It has been shown, so Hasm does know that he's there. OG Kush and BKB, the Petrifying Gaze, the Twin Fang, Asthma flash from OG Kush though, he gets out barely as the hook and the bullet time connects on 17, who's just chunked out the hostile takeover. Activate though, but it's not enough damage. Carino has been rooted just a bit. Beyond Godly lands the hook. The shoot.
Oh.
You're looking to trade back, but won't be able to. Bubster with the double. Or, excuse me, ID Eclipse with the 2 kills in the bot lane here. 1 on each champion.
And it is by the, you know, pin of a knee. I don't even know what I was trying to say. By a very thin margin, IB Ungodly survives this time. And Bubster, like I was saying, he's just saying, come on, hang out, just chill, wait until I have level 6, and then I can just hit one button and it does the entirety of Zvinteen's health bar there. And that's what they really want to do. That's what this Nautilus and MF is, meant to do, is hold people, especially one person, under that MF ultimate. So nicely done to pick that one up. And I mean, I think it's nice to see that they were able to take a deep breath after kind of feeding the kill to the enemy bot lane, and still understand how strong they are on the 2v2.
Absolutely. And now Bubster, with this Kraken Slayer online, will look to deal out that much more damage. And in the meantime, I mean, I know that it's not that much, only about 1k in favor, but I still want to take a look at how much gold these champions do currently have a piece here. Actually, I'm gonna have to hold that thought though. 17 has been rooted once again. The Ignite chunking him down. Bubster will have to retreat. Carino chasing him away. Rare Candy is this. What is gonna happen? Rare ejected anew, gets the flash knock up onto 17. The Trisha Barrage comes out as well. The double kill for Carino as he takes down the support and the jungler for ID Eclipse. 2 for 1 for Dog Gamer, but the flash with the triple kill for Carino. Rare Candy getting his AD carry ahead. This Ezreal is now accelerated so much, and plates are still up, and that's a solo plate given over to Carino.
Yeah, that is huge for the Ezreal there. Not like he was, really behind necessarily before that, but just a huge injection of gold. Looks like he is now about 600 gold ahead, so was sitting a little bit behind. That would mean prior to that, and Rare Candy just still having the ultimate in the back pocket for Bubster. It's kind of one of those moments where you're like, really? Why? They were able to kill all of you without even using the ultimate? Like, you just expect it to be down, but not the case. And really nice work also from Carino. It's not like he was just fed the kills. Super nice ultimate, passing through multiple members there, using it at a really opportune moment. So now the gold swinging in the opposite direction, just 400 gold. So relatively speaking, Redacted, I am still getting exactly what I wanted, which is strong back and forth here in game 3 from both teams.
Absolutely, as has been Eddie boy. Watching top laners fight sometimes reminds me of like the martial arts movies where it's, one fighter versus one fighter, all technical skills coming into play. That's all we've been seeing so far throughout Eddie Boy and Hasm here in the top lane. Granted, Eddie Boy's skills are a bit easier to execute, I would say. Have his little death grasp there and his obliterate that goes forward with the indestructible shield passive being procced as well. So Shelly though being launched there for the side of ID Eclipse here. Some gold going over to, I believe, I don't know if BKP got it, but I know the bot lane obviously, as well as Rejected Anew got some because he did launch it. So at least 3 members.
I mean, they want to get the chart plates, of course, and they do manage to pick up all 5, but I think even more importantly, you really want to open the map up if you're ID Eclipse and start rotating your MF around, because that is such a huge portion of your damage in these team fights. And if MF just remains stuck constantly bot lane, that doesn't work out.
Hasm carrying the death grabs there really well as Eddie Boy uses that indestructible once again to replenish some of his health bar, and the Mountain Drake is now online. We are a team fight as we are seeing multiple coming out from both teams, and both top laners are already battling as Hasm was now taken into the death room by Eddie Boy here. Will parry the obliterate, but we have ourselves a as well, but Carino already shut down by Bubster. BKP and Rare Candy take each other out as well. ID Eclipse only lose 2, but Gamma lose 4.
4 going down from Gamma, and both fights on both sides going in the direction of ID. Again, so back and forth up until this point. I mean, still, not huge, but definitely the biggest advantage we've seen of the game, getting up to 2k lead for ID, who will pick up their first dragon of the game. It is going to be an Ocean Soul this time. Both teams picking up just 1 so far, but Hasm now teleporting, trying to find some kind of flank behind Rejected Anew. Yeah, Rejected Anew on the retreat as Hasm and 17
expending the flash here. They really want to kill this jungler as the bailout has been proc to give the additional stat. Hasm gets the shutdown on the jungler for ID.
Yeah, he set his sights on that kill, and he was not going to be denied. Already invested the teleport, so might as well flash too. But it is going to be that additional shutdown gold, so that's nice. However, on the other side, Eddie Boy going to push towards this turret. We'll see if OG Kush is able to defend these the last half of it. It looks like he will. So they're not going to be giving up that turret gold on the other side. And actually, you know, really clean, proactive move there from Hasm to take that teleport flank opportunity when he had it.
Yeah, absolutely, and well played so far from the side. Actually, it's a pretty, I would say it's still a pretty even game. You know, gold is still only about 1K in favor of ID Eclipse, but you know, Elsa, actually, I haven't asked you this in a while, so you know, to of course annoy my viewers a little bit, let me ask this question here: who has the tempo of the game currently?
I mean, I would say ID Eclipse probably has the tempo here. It seems like Eddie Boy has been finding advantages in the top lane, although I do think this is a really swingy matchup, especially with Hasm now having these double buffs. He will have some gold to spend as well, but you know, again, I think that ID does have the advantage here, but BKB is in trouble.
BKB in trouble as the character well connects. There is a TP being challenged for Eddie Boy here, but they've already taken down the mid laner of ID Eclipse. Eddie Boy is alone by himself. He has taken Rare Candy into the death realm though. Will try and chunk out the jungler here of Dog Gamma, who will flash away, and his teleport has been given over for nothing. That is 2 for 0 for Dog Gamma, and they are still down about 1K gold, but at least they have now even it up quite a bit and gotten some shutdowns.
For a second, I thought maybe that petrifying gaze stun onto OG Kush would be enough to keep BKB alive.
Replay, I think.
But not even close, as we might go into a replay as... Oh, never mind. Instead, we're going to see Hasm with a nice riposte there onto Ivy Godly, who can't do much to a Fiora by himself. And, you know, we talked about the timers, especially in game 1 with the Jax kind of getting out of control. We never really saw that fully happen. Never really got fully online, but Hasm here now maybe looks like to be pulling the advantage against Mordekaiser from Eddie Boy. And, you know, remember in game 1, it was Blingo in on the Shen, so Eddie Boy's only been here in games 2 and 3, and like you said, Redacted, it has been all about these, you know, skill-oriented, quote-unquote, kind of carry top laners, which is why we've seen so much skirmishing all game long here, games 2 and 3 in the top lane.
And we have ourselves a pause here. It seems the jungler for it looks like Rare Candy actually disconnected, so we'll look to try and get him back into game as soon as possible here. But in the meantime, we'll have more time to talk about the game. It's current. Oh, never mind. We're on pause. Sweet. Thank goodness.
Yeah, we're back into the game now. Just a brief disconnection. I was gonna say, Rare Candy, man, you can't be costing me my fully shaved face, but back in the game. And it's still only 800 gold separating both of these teams at 18 minutes. So just absolutely, it's like they were listening to me, Redacted, and they're giving us the close matchup that we wanted. And I always like to talk about scaling. Both sides definitely having scaling damage threats. Again, it's kind of, you know, similar to game 1 again, in that, you know, yes, Ezreal does bring damage, but not necessarily going to be for a while, I don't think. That hyper carry sort of in the team fight, whereas for ID, Bubster is going to be so crucial to be kept alive in these team fights alongside XBKB in particular. So we'll see if Bubster can manage to do that. Has both summoners available now, but not as slippery on MF as you might be on the Kaisa, who has that ultimate to be able to reposition herself in the fights.
Absolutely.
Actually, the opposite, because MF actually makes her ultimate, makes it so you literally can't reposition in the fights.
Yeah, it's Rare Candy using that Arctic Assault there to just get over the wall. We are going to have ourselves another Drake fight in about 30 seconds here. It is an Ocean Soul one. on the board for both of our teams as the teleport from PKP to get into position and clear out some of these minions here. So let's see how both of these teams will look to proxy around this Drake here, look to get the lane advantage in the river, as Shirley has been launched here for ID Eclipse. They're telling Gamma, choose, will you give over your mid lane free of turret? And the answer is yes. Gamma says, go on right ahead. As now, ID Eclipse charging their way forward. The hostile takeover only connects to one. But the Sejuani ultimate hits nothing. Has him in the back line, now being out by so much. Ocean Drake is still alive. Eddie Boy has taken Kareem to the death realm, and he's now in the Gamma backline here. The Mordekaiser should go down, and he will. And Hasm still actually alive, did not go down. Rejected a new slain as well. That's 2 gone for ID Eclipse. Gamma get the Ocean Drake, and now ID Eclipse saying, okay, we lost the Drake, we need to punish them, and they are looking towards the mid lane here, but there's a question mark. Gamma saying, what the hell are they doing? They were trying to take their turret, but there's just not enough time. Will they get caught here?
Yeah, Hasm is going to dive forward here looking for them. Will they look to chase them down? BKP still really high on health, so they're going to need at least 3 members here. Lobster also coming over.
The miasma connects the parry from the miasma. Was proc, the repulse. Rare Candy looking to take down BKP. BKP doing so much damage with these. Ooh, Sejuani is being chunked. Machine Gun Cassiopeia goes down, though it's not enough damage just yet.
It looked pretty, and it was a very valiant effort from ex-BKP, but at the end of the day, he's actually delaying his death timer. I don't think that's going to matter, I guess, because they're not going to start up Baron just yet. Rejected anew, looking to punish Hasm.
Hasm now going to be next on the menu here. The bailout, but Hasm, you ain't getting the kill. Hasm goes down, Bubster gets it. 3-1-2 for this misfortune with a 150 gold bounty now on the.
And rejected renew. Coming up there, knowing that he had him. And now we're going into the replay here around this fight that we saw around the dragon. You know, Eddie Boy, we see Eddie Boy buying a lot of time, I guess, in the middle of these members, but ultimately kind of just doomed to die. Whereas on the other side of the fight, what we didn't see earlier, looking at the end here, is that Hasm dove into the backline of ID Eclipse, and while he wasn't able to take anyone down right away, was able to just buy so much time and not actually end up dying whatsoever. So sometimes your impact in a team fight is not measurable on the stats necessarily or on the KDA, but it is still meaningful. So I see you Hasm in that team fight. Nice work there on the Fiora. Definitely making this counter pick, this R5 top lane pick count.
Absolutely, Elsa, and you made such a great point. As Red Candy didn't even know rejected here, as ultimate will connect, and the Rek'Sai just goes down. Bullet time expended for nothing. I don't know exactly what was the thought process there, as Hasm and Eddie Boy now in Mortal Kombat here. Eddie taking Hasm into the death realm, but does nothing, and Hasm getting the solo kill on the Eclipse top laner here. This game is starting to slowly get a little.
Definitely seeming like it's getting a little bit out of hand here with Hasm just easily coming out on top of that 1v1. Finally a mythic item now completed for Mordekaiser. Grabbing that Rift Maker, but I think it's probably too little too late, at least in the context of that 1v1 matchup. As we are going to see Gamma quickly rotating off of this Baron, just picking up absolutely everything around the map, as you know, very efficient with their distribution of resources here. And for the first time, I feel like this series we see the red team picking up the Baron. I think that's the first red side Baron this series, and also just really the first time it looks like the red side team is poised to take the game if, you know, they're able to continue playing it out how they have in these last few minutes, which I think they will.
Yeah, absolutely, Elsa. We'll see how Gamma, with this Baron buff, look to extend their advantage here currently. Has them working on that mid lane turret. The top lane tier 1 already taken down as well. Currently, the bot lane tier 1 still in play here. We do see Carino posturing over to that side to claim those minions, clean up and get some CS, perhaps take down that turret as well. Currently, the rest of Gamma here posturing in the red side of the jungle while their AD carry is working on that turret there. They're probably just, you know, shadowing him in case they need to rotate quickly.
Top lane duel again.
Top lane duel on the menu once again.
Eddie
Boy is actually TPing away. Oh my god.
Yeah, Fjord not with any ability to actively interrupt, only can get the stun from the riposte using it reactively. But either way, that's obviously big cooldown. It just shows how far ahead in this matchup, how powerful this Fiora is. And, you know, the other person who we need to shout out, because, you know, they've been silently doing work from the backline, is Karinu on the Ezreal. Got the early kills picked up, and now at this point 8-2-2, always hitting multiple members with that ultimate in the team fights, consistently just pumping out that damage. So you know, you hate it on the pick, Redacted, but it's doing exactly what it needs to from this Ezreal, just staying safe and, you know, being an AD carry, I guess. I don't know what else to say. Staying safe and doing damage.
Absolutely, staying safe and doing damage. The name.
That's what everyone can do in League of Legends, I suppose. But
yeah, the name of the game for the Ezreal here, and you know, he's actually piloting it pretty freaking well, as this Ocean Drake has been agitated quite a bit here. ID Eclipse, Eddie Boy on the back line here of Dorado Gamma. It will take Hazard into, or Rare Candy that is, into the death realm here, so he doesn't get chunked out. The Glacial Prison as well. He's chunking out this jungler so much. He wants to take down the jungler, but ID Eclipse already taken the Ocean Drake here. Now they just need to get out. Hasm working to take down Eddie Boy, as Carino will be able to take him down. Carino unstoppable on the Rift here. Bullet time, luring Gamma into a sense of safety. Who just gives his life over to no avail as the Petrifying Gaze connects on two. Carino dashing forward here, Arcane Shift, but will not find anything else.
yeah, and it's, well, lots to say there. I'm tripping over my words because it's just so much excitement. But Eddie Boy taking Rare Candy into the Death Realm, preventing him from getting the smite and securing the dragon, which would have made it soul point. So while that is a, you know, a small win, meanwhile in the rest of the fight, it's Dorado just absolutely wiping the floor with ID, and has him just feeling confident to again, you know, poor rejected anew, just getting flashed on multiple times. But we'll all pretend we didn't see Hazm fail to jump over the wall after he had the sick Aatrox dashes over the wall last game. But anyways, you know, still Ezreal just remaining unkilled. Maximum bounty here now for Karinu. OG Kush, we haven't even needed to mention him on the Victor because there's just a lot of damage for Dorado. But Hazm, they have him
parrying that hook there, but there's just more action as the hostile takeover comes through, but doesn't do too much. BKP,
they have him.
17 has him on the retreat, using that excuse me, the lockout, the Iron Solari there for extra shielding. Bumps through, gets the kill. ID Eclipse take down two, but look at OG Kush in the mid lane here. True Shot Barrage will stop two backs as they work and send those super minions into the base. No Baron on the board, no Ocean Drake yet either, so not much Gamma can do to respond here.
Normally when you see 4 members chasing for 1 kill that far, you know, just for kills that far, you kind of look at the other side of the map and just think, oh, well, you know, what are they losing for it? But in that case, actually not too much. You can see OG Kush, you know, rushing up the mid lane when you see the enemy team chasing that far, but they already have the inhibitor and they don't have the minions into the base yet or anything like that, so they couldn't look for an end. So overall, nice pickup of gold. I mean, you look at this gold lead now, Redacted. We were at as much as 8K. Now we're down to just, you know, 3.5K. So all in all, could be worse for ID Eclipse, certainly. So what I always think about with MF is we really have not been able to see a great bullet time from Bubster. And it's not to say that that's his fault as a player. It's just to say, if we do see one coming out in the team fights that are inevitably to come here around these objectives, especially, that could totally make the difference for ID.
Ooh, it's rejected. A new Rare Candy finds Beyond Godly there, and they just chunk out the support of ID Eclipse.
Okay. And that is going to be that MF ultimate expended as well. So they might think about going out of this Baron, maybe waiting for Hasm to get a little bit deeper here with the pressure, because they know that he has the advantage in that 1v1 matchup. Looks like they might just be okay to give away this Baron.
Oh, rejected anew. What was going on there? And that was just really unfortunate. That should be a free Baron over to the side of Dog Gamma here without any contest from ID Eclipse. And now a situation that was bad has just turned worse.
Yeah, and it could be, maybe a little bit of miscommunication there, with Bubster going down to take the red buff, kind of seeming like, well, they can just have Baron, whereas Rejected Anew maybe on the same page, just wanting to stay around, sticking around, maybe seeing if there could be a possible steal later, but there is not. There is not a possible steal later, so Rejected Anew just ends up going down, Baron as well, and now the gold lead has, again, like, doubled, and they're going to grab this turret and probably more. Again, it's going to be about these team fights because they still do, between the Cassiopeia, they can get a multi-member stun, layer it on that ultimate from MF. There is still hope for ID, but they really need to make use of those high-impact ultimates.
Absolutely, yes. And for the side of ID Eclipse, like you said, Elsa, they really need to try and allow their carries to do exactly that. They need to give an opportunity for Bubster and BKP to lay down this damage and just shred through these Dog Gamma members. You can't just leave them high and out to dry. Rejected Anew, sure, you can look for a kill or cause some disruption there, but you need to try and come back and create an opportunity for BKP and the rest to, of course, lay down that damage without getting chunked out immediately here. So need to see some better communication, better team play from the side of ID Eclipse here. And it looks like that might come into play here. The miasma was used to ground Hasm and Bubster will get the kill. Hasm flashing the tent emote as well to let him know how he feels about that play.
Because Eddie Boy invested, his time and energy earlier into preventing Rare Candy from grabbing that dragon, the dragon being taken here is just soul point. It's not actually finishing the soul.
Rare Candy going forward so aggressively. Rejected Anew does have the GA now, though, as the bullet time connects, does so much damage, interrupted by the hostile takeover, and Bubster kills his own teammate. Carino now charging forward, looking to take down the AD carry. May have gone a bit too much. Bailout does not do as intended. Bubster working on Rare Candy will be able to get him down, but OG Cushions, Vem and Teen are the only ones left alive here for the side of Gamma, but Eddie Boy holding it down in the bot lane, able to defend that turret, now working towards this inhibitor here. Can he do it? Oh, there's a TP coming out from Hasm as well. They're gonna have to give over this inhibitor here.
And the TP would signal to me that they must be looking for more than that. They could have gotten the inhibitor with just 2 members, so they are.
Oh, you think they might be
pushing forward?
Hasm gets the stun, gets the kill. Eddie Boy is down. They still have plenty of minions left here. Beyond Godly needs to try and do something. Needs to try and clear out these minions. Needs to give over his life. Do something. You just don't sit there. BKP flashing forward with the petrifying gaze. And Dog Gamma are looking to take game 3. The Nexus has a couple more hits and it will go down. Dog Gamma, get game 3.
The Rays are coming back out here after the second game, and Hasm refusing to hit the Nexus there, but it didn't matter. OG Kush just had his back and was able to end the game here and able to, secure another
mustache included. Or is it just beard?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not keeping the mustache here. I just got to get open to the so that I can see myself a little better, and I'll move over so that my producer doesn't murder me for not looking at the correct spot. All right, but yeah, I mean, there it is. 2-1 lead, match point.
Yeah, 2-1 lead for Dog Gamma here. A really well played game from both sides. It was quite unfortunate that after a certain point of the game, it looked like the communication broke down for ID Eclipse, and Dog Gamma just capitalized on that so well. They kept finding these picks. They kept finding these punishing plays as well, because ID Eclipse was walking into places where they knew Gamma was there. They knew Gamma was there, but you just didn't have the vision, you didn't have the backup, and you got picked off. Godly got picked off by the blue buff, and then Rejected Anew got picked off by the entrance of the Baron pit there, and that just pretty much sealed the deal for the game 3 win. But prior to that, it was a pretty good, pretty fair, even game on seesawing in both directions here. But
Yeah.
just really unfortunate for ID Eclipse. They just need to clean up their play, and maybe they can capitalize and seize game 4 here. Otherwise, that might be it, and then the Dog Civil War
Yeah, I
might
mean,
finally be a reality.
it would definitely it would close it. It would mean Dorado is the champions this plat
God.
of CCS. I mean, don't forget that Dorado
You
also
didn't
won the
shave the
Diamond
full
League.
mustache, bro.
Oh, I did. It's just my hair is so
Is it
my
so
hair's so
thick?
dark. It's so dark and thick that it doesn't look all the way, but I swear it
You
is.
have a guard on. You gotta take the guard off, bro.
Okay, I'll do it for the mustache part. It's just that otherwise it's just too close. It's not that I'm not committed to shaving it all the way.
Okay, yeah, there you go. Yeah, take that guard off, man. He ain't slick. But in the meantime, we are going to prepare for
Calling me
game
out.
4 here, as we'll see if Dog Gamma can conclude the series tonight, or if ID Eclipse will take us to a game 5. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, and we are here live for our Game 4 draft of Dorado Gaming Gamma against ID Eclipse. Gamma on the blue side, as ID have elected to take the red side this time around. We will see if there can be a red side victory. Oh, wait. Yeah, a red side. No, Gamma won on red side. I'm tweaking. There's already a red side victory for Gamma. We'll see if ID can get their red side victory this time around and force us to a game 5. If not, that's it. The hope of, I was about to say the hope of NA, but the hope of the CCS comes to a close here tonight, and the dog civil war will be upon us. As we are now live into picks and bans here. Seraphine, Camille, and Pike taken off the board by ID. Heckram off the board by Dog. First pick, Misfortune here for Carino this time. We'll see how ID respond.
Yeah, we continue the game of taking away Dorado Gamma, taking away the Hecarim, and now also taking away the MF we talked about last game. ID on the blue side inevitably was going to get access to one of those two champions. This time they don't get access to either of them, and they didn't even end up winning even when they had one of them. But the Aphelios being locked
200
in,
years.
that is definitely just Bubster throwing down on a champion that he feels really, really confident on and in this matchup. And it makes sense, as a big Misfortune player, kind of knowing what that champion is weak against. But Aphelios is not as top of the table as we have seen kind of earlier in the year, around the kind of the MSI period where he was very, very ubiquitous. Still strong though, and so I'm excited to see what Bubster can do, feeling so confident in this matchup.
Yeah, you want to define that word for me? I've heard it, but what's the definition of that one mean?
Which one? Which?
Ubiquitous.
Oh, it's just always like every single game. I mean, because what was it? Jinx and Aphelios, every single game at MSI was just picked back and forth. So it's ubiquitous, is just omnipresent, is kind of what it means. So
I like that word. We gonna add that. Look at that. The CCS, you get content, you get knowledge. What else can you ask for it within your League of Legends?
Exactly.
So
yeah, you get one side mutton chop, facial hairstyle.
we got it all. Don't let anyone else tell you otherwise here. But back to pick and bans though. Azir being locked in with the volley bear. So what this tells me so far is that Gamma are looking for the wombo combo shred and wombo combo shred type of execution here. So Azir's gonna push you in, Volibear is gonna step on your head, and then Misfortune is gonna put that gun and just seal the deal. As Victor once again was locked in for ID Eclipse here with the Aphelios, and Trundle being locked in for Rejected Anew here. So we have seen him now on a different jungler every game. We'll see how he can pilot the King of the Trolls here, and if he can get it done, because as of right now, hasn't had the best performances in the jungle, except for obviously game 1 on that Hecarim there.
Yeah, and I think that the Trundle will also provide just a little bit more strength throughout the entirety of the game for Rejected Anew. Should have the 1v1 advantage in the jungle against the Volibear, but then in addition to that, should be able to just be relevant later. On the Rek'Sai, I felt like Rejected Anew definitely did have some nice gank pathing earlier on in the game, but once we got into the later stages, we just saw that he was just constantly being one shot over and over again, just so squishy on the Rek'Sai. So Trundle able to subjugate an enemy, steal some of those stats, is really going to assist there. And looking at these bans, we got 4 support bans, but just very different directions for both teams, with Gamma really targeting out those enchanter supports to buff up the Aphelios, whereas IDE once again, not wanting Gamma to get their hands on anything that pairs well with MF. Sorry, I feel like these were Gamma's bans on the other side. I misspoke.
I think they were Gamma's bans on the other side last game. Yes,
so makes sense.
Taric. Oh, but the Taric has been locked in immediately for ID Eclipse here. And once again, they are saving counter pick for BKP here. I want to see what the counter pick will be for BKP into the Azir here, because he's had some good performances, but not that carry performance just yet that makes us go, BKP carried that game for ID Eclipse here. So if this is the game that he's going to be that alternate carry or the carry for the team, it has to be this one here. As Renata has been locked in for Gamma once again here. So, hey, she's there. Gamma saying, you know what? That's fine. You want to pick these champs that come into us? We got something for you, man.
Yeah, they definitely they feel confident in knowing what they're going to respond with, and I mean I think at this point in a series, once you get to about game 4, both teams should have a decent idea of what's going to happen in the draft. There shouldn't be too many surprises. They're always going to get those cool pocket picks coming through, but in general, it's just about kind of playing that chess match. And here for Gamma, we are going to see the Gnar top. So even though it is still aggressive, kind of can be a carry oriented top laner, not necessarily kind of so hardcore in that direction like something like the Fiora last game was. And so is going to be into the gangplank here. So Gnar really to me looks like in this situation the safe blind pick, especially into gangplank who has that range as well. And I wonder, it just seems like it's the nature of these top laners to be scrapping it out no matter what. Like if this was a professional game, I think we'd probably see the Gnar and the Gangplank just kind of going tit for tat, trading farm. But uh not necessarily. I can't necessarily guarantee that when we got Hasm and Eddie Boy throwing down.
Yeah, and I just realized that I was saying BKP was going to get the counter pick. I meant Eddie Boy because obviously the victor was already revealed. So I was thinking of one player saying another thing. But this is the first time we've seen Hasm on. Well, this is the first time I've seen Hasm on the Gnar and more of a team facilitator, team oriented champion, not more so that carry champion that we typically see him on, the Aatrox, the Camille, which has obviously been banned from him the entire series, or the Fiora now. So, very different playstyle. Of course, Gnar can obviously still split push, but um, after a certain point, the gangplank will start to do a lot of damage to him. So he will have to be mindful of how he works his way in that longer lane against Eddie Boy there in that matchup. So we'll see how Hasm plays the Gnar here and how he'll maneuver around these team fights. But on the other end, OG Kush, I'm really excited to see OG Kush on this Azir. I feel like it's been a little bit of a silent series for him so far. I mean, he's done his job, which is good, right? Be a disruptive, be a menace, get damage down, but we haven't really seen him pop off. But I guess you don't really need to if you have Hasm doing things or rare candy. As long as you do your job at the end of the day and get the dub, that's a-okay. But with this Azir pick here, I think this to me kind of signals that Dog Gamma here might be looking for the kill. Like, all right, we're putting you guys on the strongest champions that have the most carry potential, and we want you to go ahead and close it out for us.
Yeah, and I like seeing Azir specifically alongside other another carry champion that doesn't necessarily have as much mobility like the MF, because we think about Azir as far as like these flashy uses of the ultimate, but the ultimate is also just very, very good disengage used in a more simple sense, pushing people away from yourself as well as potentially your MF who could be ulting too. So I like the kind of additional safety it provides for teammates here of OG Kush, and I agree. I don't think he's had the flashiest of plays, but definitely as far as the damage has been sitting back there and delivering that damage consistently on these control mages that he's played all split long. You look down what his champion pool has been. It has been this Vigard, it has been things like the Victor. So this is kind of the specialty, and it works out for Gamma usually.
Yeah, usually working out for Gamma indeed here. Elsa, my question to you as we have finished up our client draft is, do you think Gamma closes it out here?
I mean, I think that after that last game, they are definitely feeling pretty comfortable, pretty confident. I think especially the fact that they were able to take away this misfortune is going to be really huge. And I think, maybe it's just me coping because I do not want to spend any more time than I absolutely have to with this ridiculous facial hair. But I'm gonna say Gamma 3-1. They're taking it. They're securing it for Dog in this game. They're taking it home. They're taking the rest of the beard off.
Alrighty, well, you heard it here first from our caster's desk. Elsa thinking Gamma's gonna take us home. Gamma taking us to the inevitable Dorado Civil War that has been raging in this server since the split has started. We'll be right back though to see if ID Eclipse can force a game 5. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here live for Game 4 of our Thursday Conference Series here. Dorado Gaming Gamma on the red side, looking to close out ID Eclipse on the blue, and there is no courtesy this time around in the top lane standoff here. Has him throwing that boomerang into Eddie Boy here, and Eddie Boy letting him know how he feels about that.
And I think for Dorado Gaming, probably as a whole organization, but also for Gamma as well here, the name of the game is do not overconfidently throw Game 4 and send it to Game 5. Last night we saw Omega going up 2 games on CB Rush, only to be pushed to Game 5, and I believe Glaive also pushed Dorado Gamma to Game 5 just weeks ago, I want to say, or last week, I don't even know.
Yeah, 2 weeks. 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. It feels like it was last week.
No, I mean, it feels good to be in this position for Dorado, but one game, one unfortunate game, and you're just going to be, you're in a place where you don't have any advantage at all, obviously. So just wanting to be focused here. And I think, honestly, that's what I see. I say all that just to say, when I see Hasm throw that boomerang, it tells me I'm not here just to have fun. I'm here to win the game.
Absolutely. And Elsa, we have some interesting rune choices this time around. First Strike Azir, First Strike Gangplank. Everything else looks pretty normal or standard to me. There's Fleet Footwork Aphelios. I don't know too much about that, but I don't know in terms of like runes Aphelios plays. I feel like that's uncommon. I think it's typically the lethal tempo here. Haven't really played Aphelios much recently, but everything else looks pretty standard to me though. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, with the First Strike picks, I think we tend to see that in lanes where people feel confident that they're going to be able to hit their lane opponent and take advantage of it, as we see right there from OG Kush being able to do that, has enough range to consistently trade back and forth with the Victor. And then, of course, for Eddie Boy on the Gangplank, really jiving well with the passive.
There's a flash forward from Beyond Godly here as the stun does connect First Blood. Give it over to Bubster. 17 goes down.
Here we go, and this Aphelios that Bubster really wanted into this matchup against the MF is going to pick up that first blood. In games 1 and 2, we saw early ganks into the bot lane both times. It benefited the blue side. This time it's going to be the red side. Hasm's HP pretty low there as he comes out of the Mega Gnar, but not going to be in too much trouble yet.
Yeah, absolutely. That parlay burn from Eddie Boy, chunking out Hasm quite a bit, but he does have the biscuits here to heal up, and is doing so, currently pushing that wave into the turret here. Carino and 17, Carino and 17 working on clearing out those minions as Bubster and Beyond Godly have now recalled to spend some of that gold. We do see Rejected Anew pathing towards his wolves here as Rare Candy took the top lane scuttle, now working on his blue buff. It was a full side clear on the blue side. So we may expect to see him either path towards, well, he won't be pathing top now. Actually, no, now he might potentially path top as Eddie Boy was going to recall but chose not to due to that wave. Or we could just see him, of course, he's going to recall, spend some of that gold, might look to get his Krugs next, and then look at the mid lane or the bot lane for a potential gank, as Inferno Drake is now spawning in about 40 seconds.
40 seconds until the dragon, and these dragons have been really important in this series. Kind of starting out with domination of the dragons by ID in game 1. They've been a lot more contested since then, and I expect this game to be no different. But checking in, 600 gold lead so far for ID, really oriented around that first blood that they were able to pick up bot lane so far. And Rare Candy has not found any action so far here on this Volibear. Has found a farm lead ahead of the Trundle, kind of focused on that a little bit more with Rejected Anew, using that one gank into the bot lane. But Volibear is obviously this very sort of gank heavy jungler, so I'm anxious to see where Rare Candy will try to, make something happen first. Could possibly come down here into the spot lane. It looks like Rejected Anew is anticipating that will happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Rejected Anew hiding in that alcove there, but we see Rare Candy as well now retreating. Rejected Anew still here. I don't think that Gamma knows he's there
Thanks.
either. So we might. Oh, what was that, Elsa? I'm sorry.
I was sorry. I was just gonna say there was no ward spotting him as he went through the bushes, and there was no pings that I saw. So I don't think that they at least did not see him going there.
Yeah. Oh, and there's the hook. The dazzle though does not connect. The 17 is still being chunked out so much. There is no Ophelia's ult. Oh, but the Q proc does not take him down. Barely, just barely. The bailout able to give him a little bit of a steroid to walk it out. Now Carino left underneath his turret by himself here, but will be able to clear out those minions as Bubster wants to go back home and spend some more gold to come back into that lane a bit more stronger.
It's so close, but you know, no kill being picked up there. I don't even believe any summoner spells were expended by the bot lane from Gamma either. So rejected anew. He does spend a substantial amount of time down there in order to pull that one off. You can see he is sitting down almost 18 farm right now, and looks like Rare Candy is going to try to translate something into the mid lane possibly here.
Yeah, absolutely. Rare Candy hiding in this top side bush here on the river as BKP. Oh, the Shurima shuffle goes wide though. Oh boy, OG Kush. Is it nerves or just miscommunication on the play?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's just a straight up misplay there from OG Kush, probably trying to get.
That's what Carino, what are you doing?
Okay. He's all right. He's all right.
Not much. I thought they don't have ult yet. Buster doesn't, because I was very scared for him.
He's probably trying to ult and then use his flash as his ear is my guess. And if he had done it right, would have ended up behind XBKP and would have looked wonderful. But as it stands, looks a little less than optimal there from OG Kush. But he doesn't actually use the flash at the very least. So the ultimate, not necessarily that long of a cooldown. It's not like he died or anything like that. So while his pride is maybe damaged in the mid lane, it's not going to lose him the lane overall or anything by any means.
Absolutely. As Eddie Boy flashing away from the heal, Haslam does not get the shove into the wall. Well played by the top laner there of ID Eclipse, but now Bubster and Godly working on these plates here, getting some more gold into this Aphelios. He is going to become an issue here. I was gonna say, let's see how much gold he has here currently as the dazzle connects. Rare Candy stunned and will just retreat for the time being. So now taking a look at the gold here, Bubster, yes, he is down in CS, but he's actually up 300 gold on Carino right now, as they will work to clear out these wards. Both junglers are here in the bot lane. So much attention has been given to the bot lane this entire series, Elsa, as Rejected New gets the chomp onto Rare Candy. There's a cannon barrage as well to slow them down. The bullet time, as you see, Eclipse just walking into it initially. They will have to expend 3 flashes to ensure that none of them go down. Gamma though now looking to get something back in retribution. BKP was hand shook and was taken down. I don't know what his thought process there was. He died with flash up. There are some question marks in the chat here as Inferno Drake is now being given over to Dog Gamma.
Yeah, it has him doing a nice amount of damage here, but it will be trading back pretty well. And it looks like XBKP was expecting his team to come to his aid there in the bot lane brush with the pink ward sitting there, but instead that's not the case. And I think he probably just once he got caught by the Renata, just deciding to save the flash, probably would have ended up dying anyways, even if he used that one to get over the wall. So at the end of the day, it is a pretty nice play, I think, for Dorado, who does still find themselves about 1.6k behind. Really nice MF ultimate there coming in from Karimo. Doesn't actually net them any kills right away. So yeah, it doesn't not really reflect it, unfortunately, in that sense, but really scary, I guess, for the potential of future fights. But the problem is, as I talked about in the previous game, so much of MF Ultimate isn't necessarily about is the MF strong? It's about is it positioned correctly? Do you get the opportunity to set it in the right spot? Because if you don't, you can't get all that damage off, and if you do, we saw what happened just a moment ago.
Absolutely, and I just noticed that OG Kush is playing with the world's Azir skin here, so I think, you know, a little bit of subtlety saying, yeah, I'm ready to be the Thursday Conference champion here. Having my world skin on display as Buster gets the Gravitum proc onto Carino there, rooting him into place just to harass him a little bit in lane, let him know that, yeah, I can do that. As OG Kush shoving this wave forward, Gravity Well comes out to keep those minions from progressing any further onto the turret. We're now seeing Rare Candy take this top lane scuttle, pings around Shelly at the time being, rejected anew, working his way up there. We'll see if we're gonna have a contest here for Shelly, but currently not at this time. More posturing in this mid lane here. OG Kush poking out BKP a bit, rejected anew, will be spotted on this control ward here, takes it out, and will now just walk towards his red side jungle.
It looks like for now both junglers, you know, they're not willing to engage on each other to fight over this Rift Herald, but they're not okay with just leaving the other one, you know, to their own devices in that area either. Obviously, very powerful objective, especially pre-14 minutes when the turret plating is still up. But we do see also, I want to point out in the bot lane, Carino getting a really good amount of free farm time here, which is especially important with the Cull. XBKP, that looked a little weird, but he was not spotted. There was no ward over the wall, so they didn't know that he was walking over there.
Yeah, but they will spot Hasm, who flashes away. Gravity Well does not connect, rejected anew. Godly looking for more. They will spot Rare Candy in that bush there. They're now on the retreat. 17 and Hasm in this top side bush here. Will place the ward over the wall. And now we see all of Dog Gamma here rotating towards Shelly. Will ID Eclipse contest? Looks like no, because we see Eddie Boy in the bot lane here. BKP in the top lane. Oh wait, Godly rejected into Buster, passing their way towards it here. Nope, they're not gonna contest. It's already too late. They let it go. And they're just saying, their solo laners, hey, get some more gold while you can. We'll see you soon for the next one.
It's impossible to say whether or not this is worthwhile from Dorado Gamma right now because, you know, as of now, they've traded actual turret plates from Eddie Boy in the bot lane for theoretical turret plates. Should they get a good Herald drop? Obviously, that's not 100% guaranteed as Carino hurting a lot with those Qs double up from MF. And Rare Candy here in the top lane, maybe trying to make BKP feel a little uneasy, but I think everybody knows that he's got rejected anew in his back pocket. Both junglers definitely shadowing each other a lot this game. We've seen a lot of situations in which they were in the same lane, but not that they actually like fight in the same lane. They just are like, hey, what's up?
Tracking each other.
See you later. See you in the next lane.
Exactly. Yeah, if Tracker Knife was still a thing, both of these junglers would have the item here, the way they've been working to keep each other in sight, as the Subjugate from Hasm with the Chaos Storm from BKP should take down Hasm here, and it will. The top laner for Gamma goes down.
Yeah, and just being too aggressive again. I think, you know, the other champions that we've seen Hasm play in this series, things like Jax, Fiora, they have kind of multiple abilities to jump, you know, be mobile. Once you go in, you can, you know, you have ways to get back out of the fight. With Gnar, especially in the mega form, not the case. You jump in and that's kind of where you are. So he opts into that 1-for-1 and it's just not, or 1v1, and it's just really not the best timing coming through. But as we've talked about these junglers kind of being proactive here, it is going to be some proactivity from Rejected Anew wanting to pick up this second dragon and prevent any early stacking here from Gamma.
Yeah, absolutely. As ID Eclipse will get the Cloud Drake here, currently up about 500 gold, give or take. You know, some quick maths here. Shelly being launched in the top side here. There are no plates, but they should get this tower chunked out quite a bit. And Gamma will look to take down this tier 1 turret in the top lane here. Carino posturing so aggressively forward here. Gravity Well did not keep him within its clutches though, as he will retreat for the time being. Eddie Boy wants to take out that turret so bad, but has him not allowing him. It just literally needs one hit and it'd be down. But yeah, Eddie Boy not going to risk it here, and has him knows.
especially since the first turret is now gone. Eddie Boy doesn't need to take it right now, but 1v1 fight here.
Eddie Boy doing quite a bit of damage onto Hasm here as the pillar comes out. Hasm will hop away, leap away, flash forward with the flash as well. 2 flashes and an ultimate takes down Hasm. I would say it's worth it though because they're gonna get this tower next.
Yeah, Eddie Boy just his patience pays dividends here. So Rare Candy does want to stop this from happening.
Yeah, Rare Candy here. It is going to be a 3v2 though. Bullet time comes out. It's shredding so much. Eddie Boy on the retreat. Rejected nuke goes down. Eddie Boy next on the menu here for this bear. Looking for it. Will not be able to get it though.
Can't chase down that last kill, but they do turn it around and make sure that it's traded as a 1-for-1. It does all get started again with Hasm choosing to move up so aggressively in order to deny Eddie Boy. Ends up getting punished for it, but team has his back. 0-2-0 on the Gnar, but it's that's not to say that he's been feeding this game. But with that being said, Eddie Boy does have 1.5 items done on this Gangplank. A couple of good barrel combos redacted. They can really turn around and determine an entire game. And so this Gangplank being, while not like super accelerated, definitely quite strong, I guess, for 16 minutes into the game. That is going to be something that Gamma is going to have to be very aware of, especially as they face check into objectives and these barrels later in the game.
Yeah, absolutely, as that Prowler's Call is now online for Eddie Boy here. So expect to see some spicy dashes from Gangplank here. Lots of damage. As a matter of fact, yeah, I think we might get the crit plank here, Elsa, because he has the Essence Reaver. So I think we're going full damage here. Eddie Boy is saying, you know what? Our series, our season is on the line here. There is no time like now to just output as much damage on the Rift. If I'm gonna die, so be it, but I'm damn sure gonna take somebody with me.
Yeah, and I mean, both of these teams, I think, definitely playing a very measured style here in game number 4, more so than we've seen in the previous games. And we've mentioned the stakes here. This is it for this Thursday conference finals. This will determine who the very best team in the Thursday conference is. And for ID, obviously a loss would mean going home, but for Dorado, they are just sick of that game 5, I say game 5 curse, it sounds like they're losing these series when they aren't, but this curse of always, being forced to game 5, I think it would feel good for them to be able to flex their muscles here and just end it in 4.
And they say they do it for content, but I don't know, man.
No. That's come on. That's what I did it on purpose. I lost on purpose. All right. That's me too. I'm silver. I just grief my games for the last 8 years or whatever. Once I stop griefing intentionally, I'm flat, obviously. So.
As Gamma now working on Shirley here. ID Eclipse, will they contest? BKP poking out on the top side of the river. They're not gonna contest this Drake here. Teleport coming out from OG Kush here to work on saving this tier 2 turret that Eddie Boy has currently chunked down to about a third of its health bar.
Gotta give a lot of respect. Again, you can see how even OG Kush is feeling pretty afraid of these potential combos coming out from Eddie Boy. So, that teleport, it's nothing insane, but it is a pretty big cooldown for this Azir. Not going to be able to catch waves in the side lane and reliably group for team fights. As it looks like, I think the Rift Health is going to be a little short. Oh, no, it is going to take down the mid lane turret. So, big to open up the map there for Dorado.
Yeah, absolutely. As this Mountain Drake is now online, it is a Mountain Soul. Rare Candy on the retreat pillar did knock him out quite a bit. Will not have to use that ultimate though, Stormbringer, to get out of dodge.
Has him
beyond
Narbar's up.
Yeah, Narbar, exactly. This Narbar, you have to be a witness. Brian Golly gets the stun, as the Moonlight Vigil connects and does so much damage. Oh my goodness, Hasm is already down 17 next. Bullet time coming through from Bubster, or from Carino that is. Rejected anew with the prowess call from Eddie Boy, and Carino is down. OG Kush next on the menu, dashing away. And Rare Candy already on the retreat. ID Eclipse, they say, forget the dragon, we want the Baron.
ID Eclipse take control in that fight. It looks like a weird timing to start it off there for IB Ungodly. Oh, who's gonna kill OG Kush?
And the support beyond Godly gets the kill there onto OG Kush. Rare Candy, only one left alive on the retreat here. This will be a Baron for ID Eclipse.
Okay, I hate to do it, but I'm gonna do my best freak impression here and just say, I mean, for OG Kush.
Wait, oh, the action is not done. Rare Candy looking to punish, ensure that someone can't take a Baron home, but nope. Has him though.
Oh, wait,
Okay.
what?
That
Okay.
was, did he?
All right, I mean, so there's the last, like, you know, point whatever, 2-3 seconds in which, you know, you can damage someone and their recall will still go off, but it seemed like we were before that moment when that auto attack, definitely did not seem like it followed to the, yeah, and it seemed like before that, but, you know, we're not going to question it. It is what it is, I guess.
Apparently there was a shield. I guess
Oh,
the
true.
shield.
That's why.
So
Yep.
he didn't technically take damage.
Okay.
I did not see
point.
that. Wow.
Thank you
Thank
very
you,
much.
Twitch chat.
Twitch chat, as always, our wise sage, giving us that sage advice.
Hey, Queen Sticks, better watch your mouth. Like, we ain't no ding dongs though.
And that's why, well, yeah, I'm not even going to dignify that with the response. I mean, and then I just wanted to point out here, IB Ungodly now taking the farm in the top side, has taken over as a solo laner after killing OG Kush.
I'm not even gonna comment that. Continue your point, Elsa.
I mean, that's, yeah, I mean, I guess now Hazen is no longer a solo laner.
Some can't play anything but carry champs, apparently.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I will say that Hazem has just been really squishy in these team fights. I mean, I'm not saying, like, I don't think his build is necessarily wrong, but given how now at 0-4-0 has fallen enough behind, I think, in the XP area as well, that we see, you know, yes, he gets Mega Nahar, but immediately in that last fight, but immediately having to jump out, you know, over the wall to try to get himself to safety, not able to make an impact with that Gnar ultimate, and that, you know, if you're not getting that from
Oh my goodness, so much damage here. And yeah, 17 goes down. Gale Force combo. OG Kush with the Emperor's Divide on Eddie Boy though. As Rare Candy is here, Thundering Smash. Oh, the Prowler's Call does so much damage. Eddie Boy gets the kill on OG Kush with the Cannon Barrage to slow down this bear here. Will he be able to live? No, Rare Candy gets the shutdown though, but man, they are styling on Gamma right now. That was clean.
And I like that they're keeping the tempo really, really high here from IDE. Not only, you know, chasing their, or not only is Eddie Boy kiting away on the side lane, they're getting the kill in the 1v2, but meanwhile the rest of the
Eddie
team...
Boy has 2 agility cloaks, Elsa.
Oh yeah, that's the classic gangplank. You just want to, you know, you're basically taking the chance on a crit.
Has been chunked out quite a bit by the ID Eclipse members. BKB on a rampage. Moonlight Vigil does so much damage. The Dazzle connects as well. Rare Candy is down. The inhibitor is next to follow. And Dog Gamma are on the dredges here as ID Eclipse is just tearing through their base. This looks like a Silver Scrapes angle. Will they look to end here?
Yeah.
At this time, the answer is no.
They're going for the methodical approach there. If they wanted to end it, they would have just pushed it straight up mid after picking up that inhibitor, but instead they go for the 2 inhibitors. They want to just, you know, take the surgical approach here, and to be fair, they have, you know, all of a sudden come up with quite a lead, and honestly, you know, I'll have to look back at the stats, but from the previous weeks, I'm not sure how many games on Azir in particular OG Kush has, but looking really, really uncomfortable on this champion. We're seeing multiple combos that are looking weird, almost like, you know, maybe just not familiar with kind of the muscle memory of pulling those off or something. Not really sure, but definitely has been off from the mid lane of Dorado Gamma in comparison to what we've seen the rest of this split and even the rest of this series. And I think missing that damage missing from OG Kush, you know, we're seeing the impact in these team fights, because it seems like if Carino isn't making it happen, himself, it's not happening at all for Gamma.
And Beyond Godly finds another stun, but the handshake connects as well. BKP knocks back by Hasm there. OG Kush finds Empress Divine into 2, and that will be the ID Eclipse members. They should be going down here, and they will. Rare Candy gets the shutdown on Beyond Godly. Carino gets the shutdown on BKP, and that's a lot of gold into the members of Gamma here. Not exactly what ID was looking for, but they still have the advantage. They still have super minions in 2 lanes here. Eddie Boy working on the minions now in the bot lane here as the Mountain Drake is spawning in about a minute. Baron as well.
Certainly feels really, really good to grab those kills from Dorado. Really crucial gold going into their pockets so that they can be, almost at parity in items here. But with that being said, definitely does not completely flip the game around. I still think that ID should, generally speaking, be in control here. And as usual, it's all about these carry threats. But for IDE, they have Bubster, who hasn't died on the Aphelios. They have XBKP, who does so much damage on the Victor, but they also kind of have this trump card in the side lane of Eddie Boy, who's Split Push. Split Push has not necessarily done a ton of damage so far, but has gotten those 1v2 kills and is putting a lot of pressure on the map. And with these objective timers, 20 seconds almost exactly on the dot for both objectives, so it sets up this interesting kind of square dance for both teams. And it looks like ID, they want one of them in particular.
Yeah, exactly. Dog Gamma electing to take the Mountain Drink here. Meanwhile, ID Eclipse working on the Baron. But wow, Gamma is tearing through this Baron so fast here. And they're now recalling to defend their base. I don't know if that was the right play. Gamma still working on this Baron here. Now they're gonna play base defense as well as they can as they prepare for this ID Eclipse siege here with this Baron buff in about the next 30 seconds here. We'll see how well they can defend their base, as now Gamma will look to approach from the mid lane and the bot lane here, where we see Eddie Boy working his way down.
Yeah, and so my read on this play for Gamma, they take the Mountain Drake, which doesn't really do much for them. The denial of it is nice, that you don't have to think about Soul anytime soon. But I think that even after that, yes, it takes ID quite a while to finish clearing that, but we can see that Dorado is just too terrified to walk through the, complete darkness there. You can see the number of wards placed, red wards placed around that topside river Baron area. So even if ID knew that Baron was taking a long time, they just had no way to safely walk in, especially knowing you're against this Gangplank who can ult in the corridors, could even potentially have barrel combos waiting for you if he's in the area, etc., etc., etc.
Absolutely, and Eddie Boy on this Gangplank here, having quite a phenomenal performance in the side lane. Like, even though he's a squishy champion, he just puts out so much damage that he was still able to take out someone in a 1v2 situation there. That Prowler's Call also giving him the dash, that much more mobility. So, Dog Gamma here really in a precarious situation here. Has him not really able to find great Gnar ultimates into the team of ID Eclipse here to allow that bullet time shred combo to come through. So
only takes one.
Yeah, correct. All it does take is one here.
That's all anybody would remember.
Injected anew, charging forward. The Dazzle connects onto Rare Candy. Cannon Barrage as well. Has him at about an 1/8 of his health bar left. They're now working on this last inhibitor turret here. They will now rotate towards the mid lane inhibitor as well. ID Eclipse are looking to push us to a game 5 here. Okay, they're going for the super clean LCK style of ending the game, taking all 3 inhibs first. Now, will they work on these Nexus turrets here? They still have Baron buff up as well. Let's see what ID Eclipse is gonna do here. They are working their way towards. They're letting the minions get there first, starting to let the cannons proc out most of these Nexus turrets. They're chunking them out quite a bit. Keep your eyes on Beyond Godly. He has been a Chad with the stuns. Has him, finds the knockup though on Bubster. Bubster knocked back as well, but the Twilight, the ultimate shields him so much. Bullet time comes out, but Eddie Boy is able to take out Carino, rejected anew. And Rare Candy, now the only ones left, 17 on retreat. Eddie Boy, ID Eclipse, BKB, they will force a game 5 here. And Silver Scrapes need to be queued up. And Elsa, you don't get to shave that third half of your face just yet.
For a long time, I thought I was joking with everyone else about Flay, fixing these matches. I don't know. I'm not. It's been a long playoffs, and by this time, I'm just not even sure if it's a joke anymore. I've said it so many times that it might just be a reality. Hopefully, not a reality will be me needing to keep this last part of my facial hair though. So that should be interesting. Because yes, I will have to go to work tomorrow. I don't know. Notably, I will have to wake up in 7 hours also, no matter what. So
Oh my god. I really hope
it's worth
ID
it for
win
the
game
CCS.
5 just so you can have that have
I'm gonna
that
have to go
last.
drop off my infant daughter like this if ID wins. So please.
Oh my goodness, that would be so funny. But it was quite an exciting game, quite an enjoyable game. But we're gonna take a short break here as we prepare for game 5. Don't go anywhere. You do not want to miss the close of our Thursday conference finals. We'll be right back. Welcome back, everyone, and we are here live for our Thursday conference finals, game 5. It all comes down to this. It was a best of 5, then it was a best of 3. Now it's just a best of 1. Winner takes all. Well, winner takes the Thursday conference, and then goes to the grand finals. But the loser goes home, and they don't get anything else from this competition here. So we'll see how it's gonna shape up here, and if Elsa is going to keep that last third of his beard, or if he gets to shave it off and look like I guess a proper human being tomorrow when he goes to work. and
No,
have to drop
we'll,
off his kid at daycare.
yes, yes. Should be. I mean, either way, it's fun. It's just a fun experience, and I will be at the least 2/3 of the way done with shaving. So hey, that's still somewhat efficient. But going, after that game forward acted, I feel like, yes, there were a couple of stumbling blocks there at the very end for ID, but I feel like they were in control in the end of that game. It really felt like they sort of have the momentum on their side, but also kind of like the energy that they are here, to do exactly what they've really said they're going to do since the very beginning. At the lock-in tournament, they're they've been really competent. Feel like that they are some of the best players
Yeah,
on this team, and I mean, in this league, and I mean, they're certainly showing it tonight. So
absolutely. And I mean, we know the ID versus ID meme. We've seen ID have their ebbs and flows throughout this tournament here so far, but they're really bringing it to Gamma quite well. And honestly, to some people, they probably thought Gamma was going to 3-0. Um, you know, that's not the case. ID Eclipse are for real. They are now here at the end, pushing Gamma to game 5 here, and potentially might take the series here. I honestly don't know who's gonna win this. Because it's just been such an even series back and forth, and it's been really good. So I'm excited to see how this shapes up here. Once again, Dog Gamma on the blue side, so they do not get that counter pick, right? But we'll
right.
see if how they're going to navigate this draft here. Do they once again want to what's the word I'm looking for? Do they want to put Hasm on somewhat of a team facilitator, or do they save B5 for Hasm here, or do they just give him a carry champion immediately, and then look to play elsewhere across the map? Because I don't think Hasm on the Gnar was the best move last game. He didn't look that great on it.
No, it definitely did not seem like it. It didn't seem like it worked out for them at all. While Hasm was there in the right moments, grouped with the team, it just didn't seem like they knew how to play around the Gnar properly. They weren't able to actually pull off any good Gnar ultimates to set up those fights, which is obviously kind of why you pick that champion. So unfortunately, not that effective. I would not expect to see it again, especially
Ooh, hold up. Elsa, oh no, it's the same
okay.
3 bands. Never mind.
Well,
Same
the
3 bands. I lied.
was the Pike banned out by ID the last time as well? Oh yeah, you're
Mhm.
right. Yeah, it probably
Yeah.
was. So they're gonna stick to that. I mean, I was just going to say we'll see how they pivot here because they took MF away as that first pivotal pick last time. It didn't win them the game. It's not that it didn't lose them the game either. But this time they decided that Victor is going to be so important for OG Kush, and I like that because as I had pointed out, even though he redeemed himself a little bit on the Azir with a couple of the combos at the end, it was too little too late for OG Kush, who just did not look comfortable or confident enough on that champion in particular, which is a really mechanically demanding one. So instead, getting back onto this Victor, just that steady damage, not saying it's like an easy champion to pilot by any means necessarily, but does sort of have that steadiness to it. But speaking of steadiness, it was steadily beaten in lane by XBKP's Syndra, which will be picked up again here in game 5. So with all the marbles on the table here, these first 2 picks from IDE feel like exactly what they want for the players that have been the core stars of this team all split long.
And lobby chat is hilarious right now. So excuse my laughter, y'all, as the gangplank has been hovered and now locked in. So Hasm on the GP here, electing to play this champion that we've seen Eddie Boy on quite a bit. I wonder if we're gonna get ourselves another crit plank scenario here, or if he's gonna go more for that tribe force build here. So we'll see how that plays out. I wonder if he'll even give us the old Hasm special. Don't buy any items and then come back with like serrated Dirk or something afterwards, as we saw him do last series though. But the Amumu locked in this time for 17 here. Gamma really having priority on these lockdown supports that were banned from them in the second phase, as ID Eclipse have typically done when they got there, though. So now we wait for ID's R3 pick here. And
I think we'll probably try to go for a support, I would think, but
Ooh, Scion.
Okay, no, I mean, no, that makes sense. They want to go for the counter pick top lane so that Gamma just doesn't get two more free bans against whatever Gangplank doesn't want to go against. So it is going to be the Scion that I believe, I would think that just would be the top lane choice here from Eddie Boy. Who,
Tarek
again,
band.
we talked about players kind of knowing how to play against their main champions, and that worked out for ID last game, as we saw Bubster picking the Aphelios was very effective. This time it's going to be the Scion, for the Gangplank main playing the Scion against their own champion. So the Amumu is interesting for me for Gamma because it is still a flex to the jungle. Could be. We obviously have seen more Amumu support, but I think of it as support, oftentimes with Misfortune, not as the only AD carry it can go with, obviously, but that is kind of the biggest one we think of, which is why it was denied here. So I like that Gamma still is giving themselves that flexibility to switch things around, because it makes it hard for ID here to determine, like, normally you would probably, I guess, want to pick your, I don't know, you could pick your jungler or support. It's just hard to know because you don't know which champion is going to go in those roles.
Absolutely. As Gamma taking a page from ID Eclipse this time, banning out two hard engaged supports with the Tarek and Leona there, and ID Eclipse responding with the Draven Ezreal ban here. And I see why they banned the Ezreal, locking in that Diana. You do not want an AD carry that has some escape potential to get away. Wait. Is there a Yasuo play? Could there be a Yasuo pick as well here for BKP? Oh no, there's a Syndra already. Never mind. I'm tweaking. I lied.
Or Syndra support,
No, they're not doing Syndra support. Wait, they saving counter pick for their support?
Yeah, it makes sense here. I was just going to say, because if you are ID, you don't necessarily know either of the bot lane members, so you want to know a little bit more information before you pick support. Whereas, you don't know the enemy jungler, but you can kind of pick a priority pick that will be strong into anything. Diana is that for ID here, and then Jin Zhao going to be going up against it. So it looks like, if I didn't know better, this could be the jungle matchup
Tristana
from much
for
earlier in this season.
Carino.
But yeah, Tristana. I'm a huge fan of Tristana, generally speaking. We have seen her come back a little bit here and there, definitely. A very snowball-y sort of champion, and a champion that I like into MF, just because if you do have that rocket jump available, you can jump, over her head to the other side of her when she's channeling the bullet time. You can reposition such that, you get in her face. You can also use your
stand behind Braum.
Yeah, you can also use your own ultimate to interrupt it, unless Braum is standing in front of her with the shield.
Yep. And there it is. Braum locked in for Beyond Godly here. We'll see how this support will pilot this champion. Beyond Godly has played terrifically, I'd say, throughout this entire series. Damn near could say he was the MVP of Game 4 there, finding those dazzles time and time again, along with that Cosmic Radiance there, granting the invulnerability that just allowed ID Eclipse to pump out so much damage without worrying about the bullet time or anything else coming out from the side of Gamma there.
Yeah, and as we go through this client draft, both teams here in this last game, picking for team fight, for sure, picking compositions that will function later into the game, fighting together. But I do, personally, I'm a little bit bigger of a fan of Gamma's comp, just because I think it has a few more win conditions. We saw from ID last game just how kind of annoying and problematic this Gangplank can become in the side lane, and also dangerous as far as setting up for those barrel combos. So I like having that extra carry threat out of the top lane. Scion is not going to bring that, but on the other hand, he will bring that really good initiation for team fights. So I don't know. I like Gamma's comp, like I said, a little bit more, but ID certainly not picking a composition that is bad or anything like that.
Yeah, absolutely, Elsa. And for our viewers at home, the casino is open in Twitch chat. If you want to go ahead and put your points in for who can take this Game 5 win, who you believe in is going to be the winner of our Thursday conference finals and represent our Thursday teams in the grand finals, and put some Thursday pride on the line here, because Thursday has been disrespected this entire season. So this will be our chance here to find out who our representative is going to be, and, stick it to Omega on the Wednesday side of the bracket, or the Wednesday side of the conference here. So of course, once again, the potential to be a dog civil war here, which will tear the Dorado server apart. I don't know too much about the CCS. They'll probably just laugh at it, to be quite honest with you. But the Dorado server, on the other hand, that'll be pretty entertaining. But if it's ID Eclipse, I ain't gonna lie, that'd be pretty entertaining finals because it's two separate orgs, two separate teams. So then you got Dog on one side, of course, ID Eclipse on the other, and it'd be a very different look because we have two different orgs and everything like that here. But this draft, this draft. I'm very curious to see how both of these teams will pilot their drafts here. Scion with the Diana, Syndra, lots of all-in, lots of stun and lockdown potential here with the bullet time to clean up. Bubster, as you said and mentioned quite a bit, Elsa is really proficient on this Misfortunate. Plays her pretty well. Was not able to find that many good bullet times in the few times he did get to play it, so hopefully that can change this time around here. And I'm like I said, I'm keeping my eyes on Godly though. Like I'm starting to perk up a bit. Granted, he's a sub for Wardbox, but I mean, honestly, if you turned off nameplates, you wouldn't even be able to tell because he's been playing really well this series.
Especially last game on the Tarek was just going absolutely nuts out of his mind with the multi-member stuns coming through, ultimates coming through onto almost every single member of the team. So really, really big play from the support position for him. And I mean, Redacted reflecting on coming, the first game of the series, we talked about how Svintine for Dorado kind of should probably feel like this was their time to shine, has had a really strong split, and here against this bot lane with the substitute. But kind of mentioned this in the last game. Everybody's going to remember the final result, not these little back and forth throughout the entire series. So this is game 5. This is where history is written in
This
CCS.
is where heroes are made.
Obviously history that will be remembered for generations to come. So game 5, last stretch, last time to get your drink and come back.
Absolutely. And in the meantime, we're going to take a short break as we prepare for this game 5 and the spectator delay to conclude. But we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss it. Get all your folks up in here. Get Twitch chat to be popping off. It's the Thursday conference finals. Let's go. Welcome back, everyone, for our Game 5 Thursday Conference Finals. It's Dorado Gaming Gamma against ID Eclipse. It all comes to an end here, and as you can tell, we have a different modus operandi for Gamma here. They have 5 champs stacked in the top side of the rift. The flash from 17, the flash from Eddie Boy. It's a flash for a flash, support for top, and I would say that's worth.
I would definitely agree, as it is going to put a target on the back of Eddie Boy on this Scion, which is right where Gamma wants to be, because, you know, they obviously, we've talked about this throughout the whole series, but it has really been a lot about Hasm. How far ahead can he get? Can he actually make that lead matter? We saw it happen with the Fiora. He is going to opt into the Tribush level 1 fight against Scion. It will come out on the slightly winning end, it looks like, and also is the first strike to get the little bit of extra gold. But with that invade, I did want to mention, going up against Braum, I thought that was a pretty smart invade from Gamma. You don't ever want to run into Braum level 1 in any sort of, multi-member engage situation. So I think hard 5-member invading into the top side means, like, hey, we're not going to get caught out individually in case the Braum is venturing into the red side jungle with the rest of his own team. So didn't actually end up happening. We just saw that one flash, but kind of just interesting level 1 theoretical things going on.
Yeah, absolutely. 17 gets the bandage toss there, but the concussive blows, you mentioned, Elsa, being procced by Beyond Godly and Bubster. They're almost rooting the Amumu into place as Eddie Boy gets the stun on Hasm here, who's now on the retreat. He's healing up quite a bit, though. Should be able to get out rocket jump and the explosive charge from Carino here as Beyond Godly now on the retreat. Exhaust has been used. The bandage toss, Bubster healing up his support. Carino looking for the kill. Both the 80 carries, flashes forwards. The stun from Bubster due to the proc from Beyond Godly is placed into play. Both 80 carries will just be able to walk it off, though. They both kill their opposing supports.
I think advantage there does slightly go over to the Tristana, picking up the first blood out of the 2, and it ends up working out for ID, but they opt into continuing that fight after Tristana's bomb detonated, even though they were still level 1 to the level 2 of both Gamma members. But they clearly had it well calculated. Top lane, though, has some is really kind of suffering early on, which is clearly why Eddie Boy favors this Scion. But if he did have Flash, can't help but think earlier that could have been a kill if the Scion could have, flashed forward, at least could have traded with the Gangplank. But luckily that level 1 Flash being blown ends up being really impactful here.
Yeah, absolutely, Elsa. That flash being down for Eddie Boy, starting to rear its disadvantages currently at this time. Luckily for him, it will be up again in about another minute and a half or so. But also, once again, Eddie Boy will have to be a little bit careful here. He has been shoving in quite aggressively into the lane. We'll be recalling here now at this time because Rare Candy now working on that top lane scuttle there. So, actually, no. See, now he chose not to recall, but he did place a ward down, though, and Rejected Anew should find Rare Candy into this jungle here, or into this river here. Wind becomes lightning, correct. Rare Candy will not charge forward. Anew will retreat for the time being, as we see the TP from Hasm back into the lane.
TP is going to take him back up there. And I mean, yeah, Eddie Boy's job this game, especially for the first portion here, is just going to be forcing Hasm to just be under the turret on Gangplank. It means that he can't really fish for those barrel combos, and also really can't farm optimally, which is a huge thing on Gangplank, having kind of the casual ability to optimally farm just because of your passive. You get that extra gold. You can see right now pretty far behind for Hasm, so not only does he obviously miss out on the original gold from the minions, but also that extra last hit money that he normally would be able to. And as Rejected Anew comes into this top side, obviously right now Hasm is at full health, but if they can chunk him again, Eddie Boy and the Cyan almost has the flashback available, so they could potentially look for something here, especially with top lane starting to push in.
Yeah, as Eddie Boy and Hasm continue to duel, trade back and forth in this top lane here. Taking a look at the mini map though, we see Rejected Anew finishing up his Krug, now passing towards his popcorn chickens, as Rare Candy now pathing what looks like to be towards this top side, might look for a potential gank onto Eddie Boy here to help out his top laner and just get Hasm ahead, who is currently down 10 CS, which isn't too bad, but I mean, for this gangplank here, as Rare Candy, oh, there's the cannon barrage from Hasm here. Eddie Boy does not have the ultimate there, as the barrel will have to flash away when become lightning correct. Eddie Boy looking for the smash, the slow, does not get it, but will just be able to walk out with his life here. And I think that is still a win for the Scion.
Oh yeah, huge win for Cyan there if you consider the circumstances initially has him digging that level 6 mark just as his jungler's coming forward. Eddie Boy seems to be fighting for it at just the wrong time with Rare Candy in the area, but has his flash back up. He's able to use it to get safe. Oh, execute
BKB, that was greedy, my boy. You walked right into the gravity well and got stunned up, almost got chunked out. We'll have to expunge his flash for that now. That was I didn't like that play.
The best. I mean, the last thing I'll say about the top lane is Eddie Boy even having the TP so that he doesn't even miss any farm or XP. Forced to recall by the gank, but then comes right back. Even picking up a turret plate here has him having to walk back to lane, already used TP earlier. So Eddie Boy got the counter pick with this side. Kind of funny to think of a tank as a counter pick like this, but so far I would say it's working out pretty damn well.
Yeah, working out pretty damn well for Eddie Boy here. And remember, that Scion has infinite health scaling, will just accrue more HP as the game goes on. Of course, Gangplank has the Sheen actually, so this might be the oh no, that's probably Essence Reaver, I believe. So we could see the Crit Plank here, or it could be the Triforce coming up. We'll see as the game progresses though, as ID Eclipse working on this Ocean Drake here, but Gamma here to potentially contest. Beyond Godly walking so brazenly forward. This man has no fear, and will just ward away the Gamma team, and they will get this Ocean Drake without any contest.
Yeah, and I mean, we've talked about it all series, but Beyond Godly coming in as a sub, has subbed for this team earlier in the split, primarily in the AD carry role, but clearly just has confidence that his teammates do have his back. You know, sure, they can engage onto the Braum, but I think he would be happy to trade his life for whatever. The IDE would be able to trade back for that if that is where the engaged resources went. And so nice, you know, continuing to be really nice play in the support position from Beyond Godly, but looking forward to, I wanted to mention, you know, we were talking about this Scion and kind of the health, but also I think about kind of the long range engage, and especially in thinner corridors for IDE, the Braum ultimate, as well as the Syndra stun and the Scion, they are just going to be so dangerous, you know, to approach and fight in these jungle corridors and around objectives.
And when will teams learn you can't do backs like that, bro?
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't get back to base, but he does at least survive.
Yeah. We'll now have to try and hold down the fort, hold down the wave, try and deter these minions and Carino from getting plates here. Carino, though, will get at least one plate, and will now just rotate towards the river, as we see 17 here passing towards the mid lane here. They've actually sent Bubster to the mid. Oh, we have ourselves a lane swap here, Elsa. BKP now on the top side, Bubster in the mid lane here, and Eddie Boy in the bot lane. They are rotating this Misfortune and the rest of their team members around. Why do you think ID Eclipse is looking for this right now? Hold that thought. Carino will get the rocket jump onto Bubster here, who will expunge his flash. Gamma now working on Shelly. Yeah, so why do you think they did this lane swap here, Elsa, at about 10 minutes into the game?
I think that For me, probably your biggest concern here was BKP starting to get chunked out a little bit by OG Kush. It's not like Syndra can't lane into the Victor anymore, but what's really nice is because the GP is relatively weak, thanks to Eddie Boy's early laning, you know, GP against Syndra, no bueno for the GP, especially if you are not very strong, just because you're just severely outranged. So I think that's probably the main reason, is just kind of the flexibility that they have. This Sion is such a big you know, meatball that he can really lane against anybody at this point. Range is pretty irrelevant because he can just soak a lot of it up, and you see how much damage he does here.
Oh, as the ultimate from Eddie Boy comes in, as the cannon barrage as well, the moonfall though wipes him off the map.
And Eddie Boy just providing so much CC here, locking up has him for so long. Probably just, you know, really frustrating playing against something like this Cyan. I think something to keep in mind though, you know, checking in on this GP, he's behind in CS, but it's not like he's out of the game by any means. Has an item picked up, and these, you know, later in the game, as we saw from Eddie Boy himself earlier in the series, these barrels, one single barrel combo can be so impactful later on in the game. Same with these ultimates that are obviously Hasm is going to have access to, being able to drop that across the map and kind of make those cross map plays. So it's not like GP is out of the game. The way that GP interacts with this game is not, it's not in the 1v1 against Sion. It's not like not like kind of those the Fiora game earlier in this series, where it was all about those 1v1 matchups. The GP has ways to play around this game to still make himself useful.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely has ways to play around, as Hasm has completed that Essence Reaver here. And the first mythic actually on the board is by Carino with that Kraken Slayer online. Expect to see Tristana pumping out a lot more. Hey, and if there's any indicator of how a team is feeling right now, it's that. You see the BM literally in the mid lane from Beyond Godly there. The Braum laughing into Hasm's face. So I think as of right now, ID Eclipse are definitely feeling themselves here, and they're feeling confident in their chances of winning. But Carino and 17 gets the hook, the stun as well, rejected anew, slain immediately off the map, and Mountain Drake should go over to Gamma. Will ID Eclipse look to contest though?
You have 4 members here, including the Scion, but OG Kush definitely wants to be in the area. Fighting for vision here.
Clearing out some of this vision here. Beyond Golly dashes away from the wind, becomes lightning. Winter Bites connect. Rare Candy will not look for any more procs though. The Cinder Stun goes wide. Oh, the Unstoppable Onslaught is active for Eddie Boy here. So that is what Gamma currently fears. And ID Eclipse just bully Gamma off the Mountain Drake. What?
Yeah, without even having their jungler in the area, they are going to be able to bully them off. I mean, I think that for Gamma, it is smart just in that, given that it is only the second dragon of the game, it's not necessarily a huge loss in and of itself, unless there's more dragons stacked. That one dragon isn't going to be a huge big deal. And here in this game 5 setting, where the smallest mistake can cost you the entire series because of how important this game is, you don't want to, you just don't want to walk into a situation like that when you have not that much to lose to begin with.
Absolutely. Hasm fighting Eddie Boy once again in this lane here. This Scion pick is really starting to take it to Hasm here. Kind of a big brain play. The Cannon Barrage comes out as well. Eddie Boy still pretty healthy as Hasm. Decimating Smash, and Hasm goes down. Rare Candy now looking for the Retribution kill. The flash away, and Rare Candy on the retreat. Eddie Boy, okay.
Yep, we are gonna get the Rammus there, and yeah, I mean Eddie Boy. I mean, I don't want to say not even close, because he was under half HP, but definitely not even close in the 1v1 for Hasm to get that kill. And again, I mean, that's not what this GP is meant to do in this matchup.
But Carino at 17 find the stun. BKP is able to live with the flash away. Rejected anew, looking for something. Carino, though, cleans up the Syndra here. Rejected anew on the retreat. Quite unfortunate, though, for the ID Eclipse mid laner here. It looked like they were going to take down that fight, but just wasn't able to pull it out.
Was not able to pull it out, and Carino now, with one item completed, now is going to go back to base with over 1,000 gold in the pocket there. This Tristana, as it starts to get rolling, definitely, something that needs to be taken into consideration. Of course, always going to take the enemy AD carry into consideration, but Carino is going to become a problem, and we saw him just be really powerful on champions that have mobility earlier in this series, particularly Ezreal comes to mind. But Tristana, a champion that I really, really enjoy. Unless she gets some resources early and kind of gets rolling, she's not really that great. But here's Eddie Boy just
oh boy, here we go. Oh, but Hasm doing so much damage. Eddie Boy, a bit too big for his britches, a bit too arrogant, disrespecting Hasm underneath his turret. Hasm gets the kill finally, but Eddie Boy still gets the tower. I don't know if that's worth though, because that was a lot of gold you're just giving over now to Hasm here.
Yeah,
that's Carino.
Eddie Boy expending at least, oh sorry, we got this, looks like he's beyond godly gonna get away. I mean, there was at least one auto attack by Eddie Boy onto Hasm instead of the turret there. Definitely could have made a big difference. But
as Rejected anew is looking for Hasm here, Hasm will flash away, and Gamma got the Rip Herald for free.
where you going, brother?
The barrel has been used as well. Moonfall Cannon Barrage comes out. Rejected anew though slays Hasm. 1 in 3 for the Gamma top laner. BKB is found underneath this turret again. The Scion ultimate coming a bit too late. We'll just use it to clear out the minions here. Carino will have to rocket jump away. Rare Candy launching surely now at this time. We're getting lots of pings out here from the side of Gamma here. They want to take out this Scion, who is now on the wrong side of the map. But keep your eyes on OG Kush here, who is now corralling this Scion into his jungle here. The Winter's Bite from Beyond Golly, when Beyond Lightning goes right. TP coming out from Hasm here. Flash forward from 17. Bandage Toss does connect. Curse of the Sad Mummy as well. Bullet time from Bubster. 17 with Bandage Toss number 2. Bubster will flash away. Will live at this time. Dog Gamma only get 1.
And it all looks really fancy and turns out, I guess, pretty well for Gamma, but at the end of the day, it's just the one kill onto Ivy Ungodly. But Bubster did use his flash too, so that's a really, really big cooldown that will not be available for IDE in the next fight. No MF, again, of course, has to stay still during her ultimate, so having that flash, really, really important for her to be able to reposition should, Rare Candy or Spin Team get into the back line. And so that's something I'm really looking at. Again, Carino, 3-0-1 on Tristana, almost has that second item. Probably the Phantom Dancer going to be coming in second. Pretty traditional from Tristana here. And that little Yordle is going to be a really big part of this team fight. And her ability to move around the team fight in order to get away from Syndra's damage in particular, as well as Sign, is going to be big.
Rejected anew, finds the Moonfall, finds the connect. Hasm goes down, but the jungler for ID Eclipse as well. Eddie Boy now frontlining the rest of Dog Gamma here as Carino is on a rampage, was able to take out Beyond Golly. BKP now on the retreat, Ignite 17, looking for the Bandage Toss. BKP is the next to go down here from the side of ID Eclipse. Bubster and Eddie Boy, the only ones left alive, and this Infernal Drake given over to Dog Gamma. They are finally on the board with the Drakes.
You let Gamma team fight front to back style like that, they are going to win the team fight every single time. Both Carino and OG Kush sitting on the back line, absolutely untouched, just firing out their damage there. And they also pick up the dragon. You can see now why Gamma was okay with letting that, that second dragon go over to IDE. They say, hey, we're just going to wait a little bit until we can get a fight where we do feel like we have an advantage. That's when we're going to pick up our dragons. We won't have to worry about it. Ivy Ungodly
Beyond Godly getting chunked out by Carino here. Carino Legacy Series currently online. He said, I will not let us be another embarrassment to the Dorado, or we are going to the grand finals to meet Omega there. Come hell or high water. Come hell or Hasm's inching. I will be the one to take us there. Follow me.
Despite Hasm's best efforts, losing his team bans, I mean, the game is not over, but I mean, Carino is trying to undo that. No, I mean, Hasm has had good moments. I'll say that in this series has had questions.
He has not had a good series though.
Overall, no, but I will say
it's not been a good series for him.
The pressure as far as what has been on the map by IDE has been so heavily oriented towards the top side, not only in like the jungle presence, but also in the picks and bans, I would say as well. Camille getting banned out every single game here from Hasm as that pocket pick in particular. So, again, that's not something you can necessarily measure, but it is necessary to consider. And, in this game in particular, speaking of having a rough time, BKP on this Syndra,
I was about to mention that as well. Yep.
Not looking as effective. I mean, I guess in the first
Nope, you said it. Not looking as effective on the Syndra yet.
Well, it's not. I mean, I was gonna say in the first one, it's not looking as effective as the first time we saw Syndra, but really, the only thing that was really that impactful was that early solo kill from XBKP. It wasn't like he was dominating the whole game.
Boy, Rare Candy. Wind becomes lightning, but BKP using the Bramble plant there will have to flash away. When becomes lightning, connects again. The audacious charge as well as the banding toss, and they take down the mid laner of ID Eclipse.
I don't know about that one, Riot. I didn't see that bandage actually touch that champion. We're getting a little bit of talk about that in the chat here as well.
Rare Candy finds Beyond Godly, knocks him up as well as the bullet time, but the Moonfall in the backline from Rejected anew connects, but there's not enough damage to finish them off. And Gamma lives. The Cyan ult now coming will get the smash on 2 here, but Bubster is the only damaging member left alive for ID Eclipse at this time, so there's not much that Eddie Boy can do because there's not that much damage yet. Bubster is not able to effectively output that damage. They were contemplating taking this Baron here, have decided against it, and will just reset for the time being to spend that gold.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, even though Eddie Boy can't necessarily, one-shot the entire team or anything like that, is a huge reason why Dorado doesn't end up doing this Baron. Now it's going to be on the retreat, but when there's a lot of Cyan can do a lot of damage when there's a lot of squishy champions that are all sort of stuck around a small area such that he can get efficient use of his Sunfire Cape. And so, they start the Baron, but then considering if the Cyan gets in there, it could pretty bad news Bears as far as his ability to lock them down under that Baron damage as well. So 5k gold lead, a little less than 5k in the direction of Dorado Gamma, but we have seen these games turn on their head, Redacted. Particularly game 3 jumps to mind, I believe.
Absolutely, 5k gold lead in favor of Dorado Gaming Gamma at this time. The Tristana has a 2k gold lead over her opposition right now, over Bubster. Even 17 with about a 2.4, actually, yeah, a 2k gold lead over Beyond Godly. So the bot lane is just gapping the opposition currently at this time here. There's just so much gold. There's so much more farther ahead in terms of items and just gold overall. So ID Eclipse are going to have to think about these next few team fights a bit more vigorously, a bit more precariously, and probably even, honestly, if I was ID Eclipse, I don't even know if I want to contest the next Drake here. I think I might just try and farm up some more because, once again, like you said, Elsa, BKP not having the best time on this Syndra right now. They need, in my opinion, ID Eclipse needs slower fights. They need more of that siege. They need the Scion to be there to frontline for them, and then the Syndra stuns to connect, so that way they don't get picked off and they can combo, chain CC, combo these spells.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they really need all the members of Gamma to be in one next to each other, all in one place, you know, so that you can get the full use of the sign, so you can get the moonfall on several members as well as the bullet time. That's what they're trying to set up for, and that's, you know, they're not really as that interested in.
There it is, bullet time from Hasm, but Bubster by himself as the 17. Curse of the Sad Mummy connects. Torino takes out the AD carry. Eddie Boy, Bubster, why were you alone? Rejected the news. Ultimate goes wide. Gali and Diana and Sion are the only ones left. And ID Eclipse are getting wiped off the rift. That is a near ace for Dog Gamer, and they're gonna get the Inferno Drake once again.
Gonna grab this Drake, make it 2. Again, the Drake really isn't the big prize here for either of these teams. It's obviously the kills, it's the control over the map, and the control over the game, and the series, and the entire conference, I suppose, for Gamma as they take that one down. They are going to be marching over towards this Baron area. I don't know if they'll start it up right away, but at the very least, they're definitely going to control vision, and screw it, they're starting the Baron.
Absolutely, Dorado Gaming Gamma here starting the Baron, and honestly, I don't think they even are afraid of what ID Eclipse would do to contest them. Hasm walking dead to rights in front of Eddie Boy here, saying, bro, come at me, bro. I don't even care right now if I die because my team's gonna get the Baron. And Hasm doesn't care. He's that confident right now. Hasm knows I am not the carry, I am a distraction.
Yeah, I mean, definitely distracting them there. I mean, you know, it's all fun and games until you lose the series, but kind of just opting into that that 1v1. I think he may have been typing, if I'm not mistaken.
Can we comp roll him for purposely inting? Play. Check the look.
Yeah, I mean, I think.
Was that a flop? Hasm was flopping like NBA. You know, you can get penalized for flopping. We could say that was a flop, right?
Well, obviously it didn't benefit his team, so I'm pretty sure that's why flopping is a. Well, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I get what you're saying, but you know, I don't think that's gonna happen here. As Hasm has respawned back onto the rift, but does not have TP as the top laner. That's
no TP as the top laner online for Hasm right now.
Well, and I mean,
but
not having Baron, rather, is what I meant to say. No Baron.
Oh, okay.
So not able to make effective use of that in multiple lanes, but it doesn't really seem like it matters because Dorado, they just want to group as 5. They're done.
Exactly. Honestly, if I was ID Eclipse, this is a really good fight I would look for here. You have the Scion who can go in a straight line in this lane here. Syndra can then combo it up with Carino getting found out by Rejected Anew with the Moonfall as well. The Glacial Fisher to slow it out with the bullet time clears him up, and Bubster gets the kill. Cannon Barrage from Hasm does nothing, and Rare Candy was able to take out the support, but that was 80 carries and positioning in these late game team fights or these critical points of the game state here. What are you doing in the jungle? Why was Carino there by himself? Yes, you have rocket jump, but you didn't need to be there. You're Tristana. You're supposed to be melting the turrets. Why are you in the jungle?
And we see Carino 7-1-4, his only death so far in this entire game. It's just been playing beautifully so far, you know, really carrying the team, I would say, alongside Sventeen as this bot lane duo. So pretty disappointing to see that pick. And, you know, while on one hand we can say, well, you know, it's not like there was any objectives up, IDE, they weren't really able to get anything off of that, quote unquote, in particular, but they're able to stay in the game. They're able to stave off the pressure, and we've seen how important that can be in this series, just giving yourself enough time to get to that next power spike. And the Syndra, let's check in on the shards redacted.
Oh yeah, I meant to do that earlier.
Behind, but once she gets to that 100 shards, definitely going to be making a difference with how impactful Carino has been. Getting that extra execute on either him or OG Kush really could make the difference in this game. It looks like Tristana probably going to go towards the GA next, likely for that reason. Does not want to get, you know, zeroed out by this Syndra, but nevertheless, have to start considering that a little bit more when I think XBKP has honestly been fairly ignored for the majority of this game.
Absolutely, and here's the funny thing about BKP right on the Syndra. Currently 0-5-2, but it's still a Syndra. That stun, if it connects on OG Kush, Carino, basically everyone, because the Amumu's not even tanky, right? So if it connects onto anybody, they're still gonna get chunked out here. As Rejected Anew gets the Moonfall, Rare Candy chunked about half his health. The Glacial Fissure as well. Teleport from BKP is coming as the bullet time from Bubster does quite a bit of damage. 17 goes deep, but there's no backup for 17. 17 is down. Hasm is down. Eddie Boy gets the decimating stash on 2. Rare Candy and OG Kush warded away. Carino could not enter that team fight there. His already has the Eclipse potion there, or Wrath, I believe it's called, right? The Wrath elixir you procced as well for extra damage here. Where are they going? Okay, they're going topside now. As ID Eclipse will now look to take this Inferno Drake. So 3 Drakes apiece for each team.
Yeah, and Carino wants to trade this inner turret on the top side to just try to get something back. He knows that they can't contest the dragon. But Carino again here trying to camp out in this spot. I think XP
Oh god.
gonna run into
Oh god. Carino finds explosive charge, the scatter of the week from BKB.
Yeah.
And good
Tristana should
stun.
never win that if the Syndra plays it right with the scatter of the week, because she should always just be able to knock her away. So well played there, but I mean at the same time it still does send XBKB back to the base, and inner turret traded. So if the soul does end up going to IDE, not necessarily worth it, but for now it's looking like a pretty decent trade, and still another 4.5 minutes until that soul becomes something that you need to think about.
Absolutely, Elsa, and you can feel the tension in this game here. You can feel how strongly ID Eclipse want to win. They want to get to the grand finals. They have been doubted by so many people in the server, myself included. I ain't gonna cap. I doubted them until they got to this point. But you can feel it. They want to prove everyone wrong. They want to get to the conference or grand finals, that is. I'm sorry. And of course, not make it a dog v dog finals that Dorado has been saying since they've entered the server this split. They want to prove that they are a top tier organization in the CCS here, and you know they're hanging on so well, but they're just not there yet. But we'll see how that plays out here in this Baron play that we're about to get in quite a few minutes.
Yeah, Baron is gonna spawn out. Yeah, they're just gonna start it up right now. Full control of the area. They're just now clearing out the vision, so Dorado knows that they're doing it, but they're not going to be able to be here yet. That is going to be the GP ultimate blown. Pretty big cooldown.
Yeah, Rejected Anew has found Rare Candy. The junglers are in Mortal Kombat here. Rare Candy has the GA. Rejected Anew does not. And that is a jungler down for ID Eclipse. Eddie Boy now in the back part of the Baron pit here. Will he flash over the wall? He really wants to try and fight his way out of this without blowing that flash. He's considering it. Bubster and the others are looking for a good angle to find their way in. Beyond Godly now walking forward. Eddie Boy will be able to walk out, but look how much health the Baron has been chunked already. The bullet time from Bubster does not get the Baron. Gamma will be able to take it, but their health bars are quite a bit low. We do see Hasm retreating here, recalling, teleporting back to the mid lane here. They're working on this tier 2 turret, inhibitor turret next on the menu.
They are going to go in here. They still have just 4 seconds on Rejected Anew, so they don't have that member advantage anymore.
Oh, there's that Syndra damage. Oh, there's that Syndra damage. Glacial Fissure as well. 17 with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and the Chaos Storm from OG Kush shreds so many people from ID Eclipse, but they only get the Syndra. The Region Fall as well. Oh my goodness, that's so much damage from Diana. But OG Kush takes out Bubster. Eddie Boy in the tower is helping so much. That is a jungler down. OG Kush though gets the double kill. Carino still alive. Victor still alive. The damage dealers for Gamma still alive. Still pumping out that damage here. But ID Eclipse, Defender, Inhibitor turret.
And I'm just not sure why they don't continue to at least try to move forward. I just really feel like that they can win 2v2. But now looking at the replay here of the initial engagement, OG Kush just coming in to save the day, pumping damage onto the enemy team after the initial scare there. Syndra, you know, getting a lot of work done early on in the fight, and you know, for Rejected Anew, even though he isn't able to finish things out, his Diana is really, really strong later into the game. So difficult to kill with that Sunfire off tank AP Diana build. So you know, hats off to the jungler here from ID Eclipse. Both junglers really for continuing to remain really relevant.
Speaking of Syndra, Elsa, she is at 114 stacks now, or splinters that is. Once again, when she reaches 120, she gets an additional bonus of what is it? Of total AP, that is. Yeah,
right.
Total AP on her passive. So at 120 splinters, 15% of total AP. So, I mean, sure. Oh, yeah, sure, the Syndra has been, as some would say, a lot dubbed useless this game, but that's still a lot of damage she's putting out, as we saw in the replay there. So you still have to be wary of her. And if that Unleashed Power connects onto Karina or OG Kush, even once they're below 15% of their total health, they're gone. They're wiped off the map. That's a surefire kill. Think Draven Ultimate, but point, please see. As 17 is looking for the connect there. Bubster using that stopwatch to ensure the Curse of the Sad Mummy does not lock him into pace, but Rare Candy knocks up 2 and just shreds them. Double kill for the jungler of Gamma here. 17 now looking to take out Syndra here. BKP will stun him with that Scatter of the Week here on the retreat. Eddie Boy now behind enemy lines here. TP coming out from Hasm, who wants, from OG Kush that is, who wants to work on this Nexus or inhibitor turret that is. BKP will have to TP back to base to heal up for quite a bit.
This should be it. They want to go for it right now. That's what this TP signals. We also see Carino just running as fast as he possibly can to the base. But, I mean, ID on Godly, 5 seconds, 10 seconds on Bubster.
10 seconds on Bubster. ID Eclipse is looking for the... Gamma's looking for the end. Has him taking up the turret there. BKB working on 17 here. Will get the kill. Rare Candy and OG Kush now on the retreat. Where's Carino? Carino rocket jumped out on the retreat on the bot side of the map here. So this game will not end just yet. ID Eclipse's grand final chances have not slipped from their grasp just yet. Infernal Soul now on the map though.
Yeah, and I mean, this dragon has been here for a very, very long time, but initially ID opting to run mid lane because they don't need to take it. The soul not on the table for Gamma, but it is for ID Eclipse, and here they are. They've started this thing up. It should go down really, really fast, and Diana has arrived as well. OG Kush, though, he wants the game to be over. He's going to force the TP out from Eddie Boy, but that's the Infernal Soul, and that doesn't wear off. It doesn't go away, and
that is forever.
That's here to stay.
Yep.
The rest of this, notably, last game of the series. And yeah, I mean, we just talk about these moments in these series where it feels like this, you know, the way we talk about it is partially it, but, you know, it feels like one team is so in control with Gamma pushing into the base, but, you know, one overstep, you lose a couple a member or two under that turret, and all of a sudden it snowballs into the dragon. And I mean, you know, this game is just very, very close. You know, yes, 9K gold lead, but at 37 minutes into the game, approaching full build for a lot of these champions, it doesn't matter nearly as much as it would at other times. It is still definitely relevant, and optimally, Dorado should be able to win these team fights, but by no means is it as significant as it would have been 10 or even 20 minutes ago. Well, certainly.
Absolutely, and you said it exactly right, Elsa. At this point in the game, it doesn't matter necessarily what the KDAs are. It doesn't matter if Hasm is 110 and 9, as long as that cannon barrage and he gets a good parlay off on Bubster or BKP to chunk them out into oblivion onto that gray screen there. It doesn't matter if BKP 2, 6, and 4 does not find does not find the right combo. All he needs is just to stun somebody at least once to hopefully chain CC them into the gray screen and just take them off the rift here. All ID Eclipse need is literally one really good team fight. One really good team fight, because that Diana damage is still there too. Like, look at the Diana build. So they have a lot of blow up potential, but they just have not been able to find, once again, that one really good team fight. So because 17 has just been in their face the entire time. 17 does not care if he dies. He's like, as long as I connect and I cause as much disruption and disarray in your team, you have to fear me because of this wide range ultimate, that Curse of the Sad Mummy here. You will respect me. And like I said, man, 17, definitely the player, one of the players to watch out for Dog Gamma, and he's really proving it right now.
Yeah, it has been able to interrupt Bubster over and over again, and they're going to start out this Baron. Want to pressure IDE. Don't want them to allow to push the mid lane, and just neither team wanting to commit completely to anything here. Dancing around.
Yep, and look at 17 does not know where is the control words from ID Eclipse here. This is a very dangerous situation.
All right.
And they have no more control words. Only Eddie Boy with the sweeper left online. ID Eclipse they're too late to this. And that's just gonna be a free Baron for Gamma, who now want to retreat. Eddie Boy though, posturing forward. He wants to find the engage. We'll get the knockup onto 2. 17 will have to use the stopwatch here. Cannon Barrage, and the bullet time comes out, shredding so much, dissuading Gamma from progressing forward. 17 finds the bandage toss onto Rejected anew, but it does nothing. He gives his life over so the rest of his team can get out. ID Eclipse have found one and have saved their game state just a little bit longer.
I think you're right that somebody had to die for Dorado either way in that team fight. So probably inevitable that either Sventine or somebody else would have gone down, but still looks a little bit off with him, going in there. But pushing mid lane now, 26 seconds still on Eddie Boy, and Eddie Boy is a huge part of IDE being able to defend for so long. That big meatball tank is just soaking up so much of the damage from Tristana in particular is not there. So that's why the turret just going to get shredded here. Inhibitor as well, and they're not going to go for the end here. And if it does not happen sooner, the timer that I'm really looking at Redacted is that about minute and a half. That's when the Elder Drake comes up. The sweet sounds. It's meant to end the game, and it is very effective at doing so. So I think that if we do not, I think that's where we will see our next fight, either around that objective or around division control being set up for it.
Yeah, absolutely. ID Eclipse on death's door here, trying to do their best they can to delay the inevitable. Dog Gamma, though, one step closer to bringing us to that Dorado Civil War. It's just, this game, man, so tough, so precarious, and I just, part of me is starting to wonder, like, when did the snowball for Dorado get this big? When did it get this out of hand? Like, and how can ID Eclipse try to find their way back into this game here? Try to find, a good engage here.
Yeah, I mean, I think they need to find OG Kush, obviously, or Carino on the initial engage. It's going to be a huge part of it. And I think XBKP is going to be the one who probably is going to have to hit the stun. Cyan can engage, but it's just very easy to dodge, jump away from, etc. OG Kush hasn't died yet this game.
17 though, finding the Curse of the Sad Mummy once again. Glacial Fisher comes out to slow a few members of Gamma from progressing forward. Has them though, looking for Bubster. Rare Candy as well, the knockup, the audacious charge. Bubster now in the stasis from the GA, and Bubster has just been completely corralled. ID Eclipse have been completely corralled. Carino is dashing forward, flashing forward. BKP, the only one left alive, using his stopwatch. OG Kush wipes him off, and that is a complete ace for Dog Gamma here, and that will be the game, Elsa, I believe. The Dorado Civil War is here. The Dorado Civil War is upon us, and Dorado Gamma are going to be our Thursday conference finalists.
They do it! I didn't know if they ever would. I thought that this game would be going on still hundreds of minutes later, and I thought that I would possibly be, losing custody of my child because I look like a crazy person who slept for 30 hours and has 1/3 of the facial hair, but thank goodness that I have amazing intellect and would, of course, never make a bet like this if I didn't know that I was going to win.
Go ahead and shave that last portion of your face, my good sir. You do not have to worry about losing your child or your job or your reputation for that matter.
Yes, that's good. That's a good thing here. I just want to make sure that I'm doing it carefully here because I'm probably not going to be able to shave in the morning either. But let's talk about that series, I guess.
Yeah, let's talk about it. So, what a fantastic series here from ID Eclipse and Dorado Gaming Gamma. Quite unfortunate that ID Eclipse were not able to clutch it out in the end here, but I mean, that's just what it is. You leave it all on the rift, and sometimes you don't come out on top, even if you're a 311 Gangplank.
Well,
but in this case,
it's true. And I mean,
a 3-7 Syndra. I'm looking at the wrong KDA here.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to make it clear, all jokes aside, like amazing series, obviously from IDE, who really did, as I just casually continue to shave, who really did have an amazing split coming in, really dominant, jumping into the scene as a new team to CCS. They took out the former champions, Goldfish Gaming, on their way here, and I mean, I would say they were a game from finals, but I don't even think that was accurate. Like they were like a few clicks, I think, away from possibly being in the finals. So hats off to them, and definitely really, really hoping to see them back again next split. Really fun series between both teams.
Absolutely, a super fun series between both teams. And much respect to Bubster, BKP, Rejected and New, Eddie Boy, I Beyond Godly, Wardbox, who could not be here with us. Much respect to your team, your org. You have brought us so much joy and like great copy pastas, great memes, and I really hope we do see you all next split. It was really enjoyable, but sadly your season does end here, and yeah, it's quite unfortunate that you were the last bastion to prevent the Dorado Civil War, but like Thanos, it is inevitable, and it is here.
I think we're supposed to wait for Flay to type that thing in their team chat about how they're out of the playoffs. I think you kind of spilled the beans too early that they were out of the playoffs.
Oh, my fault.
Team chat thing that says,
yeah.
You may now know that you're eliminated from playoffs. Not sure if you know, but Redacted did spill the beans on stream. But I think probably MB is going to murder us if we don't get the interview in here soon, so that
so let's cut to a short break real quick as we prepare for that interview. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for waiting for us as we got ready for our interview here. We have Dorado Gaming mid laner OG Kush with us here for this interview. Mr. Kush, congrats on the win. You guys, you pulled it out. You said what you came to do, and you made it happen. We have a Dorado Civil War on our hands here in the grand finals. How are you feeling after your victory?
I'm feeling just so energized and pumped right now. Just on a super high right now after that game. I kind of straight smurfed it, not dying a single time. Um, and we kind of just, we like we always do. We just figure out what what game plan that we have to do for the final step. And I think overall, for the most part, it was pretty well executed. We'll ignore what happened in the top side of the map, but besides that, we were being chilling.
Yeah, big chilling for sure. This was definitely a series that I don't think a lot of people expected to go to five, but it did, and it was really exciting. It had its waves and its troughs, up and down throughout it. Was at any point throughout that series, did you feel like, oh man, this team is better than I thought? And I know Gamma, we heard, really likes to prep. I believe you are the prep master, the draft master for Gamma here. So,
Yeah.
is there any point where you were just like, man, I still feel like I didn't prep enough, or this prep
No.
has worked out?
Nope. Nope. I mean, we have like multiple angles that we're okay taking. Obviously, given that we were limited to one first phase band, we basically had to decide whether or not we were giving Misfortune or Hecarim over,
Hmm.
and we thought we could just give Hecarim over and play like Maokai into it. It's pretty popular meta pick. And it was actually first time on stage, not gonna lie. Uh, but we were just confident that it was like okay. But then like we just didn't, I don't know, pick things around it right. Because I mean it
Hmm.
was first time that we were playing with that champion on stage, so maybe it was a bit ego from us. But then we just adjusted. And the other game that we lost, um, we were not really expecting the Terra pick,
Hmm.
which I think just
Oh
props
my
to that
God. Yeah.
because it kind of made everything that we wanted to do nullified. And then I don't think Azir was like that great either. Um, but yeah, I mean, they had for the other games, it was good. I mean, the one thing that's very nice when playing against ID Eclipse is that the mid laner is going to pick one of like 3 or 4 champions. So it's like really telegraphed. I mean, BKP is a great player. I'm not trying to discount him or whatnot, but it makes things like pretty predictable. And then, eventually just kind of figured out like, okay, like we just take the victor away, and that's what I did. And he picked Syndra post durability patch, and we see how that turned out.
Yeah, other than the one kill, but yeah, I mean that obviously
Yeah,
that did not in the scheme of things wasn't that big of a deal. And I mean, I guess this is I'll just insert my opinion, not as much of a comment. You'll love this redacted. But I was just gonna say I think you make a great point, OG Kush, about BKP's champion pool and the way that it wasn't really able to push your champion pool in this series as far as you could kind of play the Victor or like the Vigar in the first one, even that, didn't win, but you're just kind of able to sit there anyways. So I could see
yeah, a
you
lot
playing
of a
that
lot of
round.
a lot of handshaking. I mean,
Right.
BKB's done. I mean, had multiple games where he played pretty well on Ari, which is like the more early pacing
Sure.
one. Just looking at the stream, I'm looking like freaking South Park right now with how my character's moving around. That's really funny.
Oh, our producer is something else, man.
Yeah,
You gotta
that's
love MB.
that's pretty good. But
This this is why
yeah,
he elite.
yeah. But I mean, like, yeah, and I'm not like trying to discount BKB at all. Like he's one of the best mid laners in the league. But it just yeah, it's just like it's helpful when things are predictable. So and yeah, we kind of just hand shook a lot of the time. Had a little oopsies in the first Syndra matchup because I thought I could contest the first wave, and
Hmm.
then I figured out that I couldn't, and so I just didn't. and then it was pretty easy after that for the most part.
Yeah. So, honestly, from you, OG Kush, you didn't really have that like super carry mid lane performance. It was more of a, I like to call it like the salary man, that standard. You were just yeah, it was more of like a standard mid lane performance you had this
Hmm.
series around. It did eventually, as you all got deeper into the series, did it like play into that and you just realized like, okay, I'm just going to be more of a facilitator, do damage for our team, or was that always the plan? And it was either Carino, Hasm, or Candy that were going to be more of the carries.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like relatively accurate. I think overall, I mean, in a couple senses. I mean, uh, yeah, our side lanes have really insane carry potential.
Mm,
But like my biggest strength is that I'm extremely consistent and I show up in the big moments and I can like scale super well into the game and once like the end of the game comes, I'm doing a lot of damage. Like that this past game I did like almost 50k damage. Um and didn't die a single time. So yeah, I think those are kind of like my strengths is I'm like very consistent, which is very helpful when you have um carry volatile side lanes that are super carries and like and thrive with attention around them when I
yeah.
can when I can kind of just be minimal resource and not get punished and kind of scale. So
Okay. Okay.
And
I gotta ask because I
wait,
I
hold
know
on,
s-
hold
I,
on, hold on. Now, I gotta say, first of all, I don't know if anyone watching the stream and not focus on the Twitch chat with people going way too nuts over children's video games. I was Pepe stopping many times redacted because that game 5 was insane from the Victor. Didn't look at the damage charts, but the second when the Chaos Storm dropped, you could
mm-hmm.
feel it, in your
mhm.
gut, just the amount of damage it was doing. So I did just want to acknowledge that from OG Kush. But sorry, go on. We can.
Oh yeah, I didn't say that OG Kush wasn't doing
Well,
good.
I'm
I
just
was
saying.
talking.
I
I
just
said
that was
over the
a
entire series. Yeah, I saw Fireflans talking shit. I ain't worried about that because I was talking about the entire series. But anyway, my last question is this one's kind of troll. Is what were y'all saying to Hasm during that last game? Because that month went 3-11 and like 11, bro. So like, what the hell?
Yeah, I mean, hasn't really wanted the GP there, and I think thematically it was like pretty decent with what we were trying to go for. And so if he's really pushing for it, like we're just gonna give it to him. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
not gonna. Yeah, he just. I mean, he just like ran it in the early stages, and I don't know that happens from Hasm sometimes, but like I would just I mean I don't know. He just does that sometimes, man. I don't know. He's just an enter. But the good thing is that he's playing GP, so he's just completely scaling into the game. So it doesn't matter if he has 11 deaths, he has like 4 items in an IE. So I see that Blingo is talking shit in the chat,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
What
I
up,
mean, I'm
you
not really too worried
resident
about it.
resident chef?
We're not gonna acknowledge them right
It's
now.
fine.
This guy,
Yeah.
this guy, this guy is just a freaking P4 P4 Shen Orn two trick, man. Like, stop talking, buddy.
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
made that
My
happen.
wife is in the other. My wife is in the other room sleeping. You want me to yell? Like, just shut up, man.
I
Cringe.
made multiple people have been made to shut up. But okay, what actual last question, and then we all want to go to bed. I need to go to bed so I can wake up in five
Yeah, go
hours.
ahead, Elsa. I'm
Okay,
done.
like on a lighter note, OG Kush, for Dorado, obviously, both teams in finals. So like for most of the organizations in CCS, like it's kind of over, right? Dorado has won, but obviously for you, I'm assuming this will be still a really serious match. And I guess, what is it like within Dorado as far as, there's a lot of overlap with players that have been on different teams together. Like how much, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, how much of this is going to be just kind of a fun match here in the grand finals, and how much is really on the line as
Oh
far
no,
as
this is serious. It's still
serious.
blood.
Well, that's
Yeah,
what I want to hear.
it's
Yeah.
it's still serious, but yeah, I mean, like everybody on the other team that that I'm that we'll be playing against are all homies. So like it's gonna be a lot of fun. And Scruff is one of, if not the best mid laner in the league. So it's always a pleasure laning against him.
Well, honestly, what I want from y'all is I want y'all to trash talk each other. Y'all better not be nice to each other. That's what I want to see. Because if y'all gonna
Yeah,
be nice to each
I
other,
mean,
then I don't want it for my finals. I better see dojos and all y'all going at each other like y'all go
yeah.
at the rest of the orgs in our
I
league.
mean,
We got
I
the
mean,
trash talk channel for a reason, so y'all better
yeah.
use it.
Yeah, I mean for sure. Like if there's one person that's gonna be cooked, it's Hoshi, man. The guy is so dog, man. I just like he just plays Tom Kenshin. He just eats a champion. Like, yeah, good job, buddy. Good job. Like you're carrying so hard. Like biggest passenger to Scruff and Joker, man. You got like the legacy Joker on your team. Freaking 1v9ing.
That's what I'm
Uh,
talking about. That's what I want.
Yeah, man. Yeah, he's just so dog, man. The rest of them, is fine. I tell you, what's going to be the biggest content of the series, though, is you got two of probably like the biggest inters in top lane facing down against each other, man. Like
True.
just
That
keep
is
just keep the camera panned in top lane, man, because it's going to be 20 deaths by like 20 minutes, and
yeah. We should just have a
they're both going to be 0-10, man. Like
we should have a
you,
secondary stream of just the top lane with like a death counter, and that's it. Like
yeah,
no
like
other overlay.
yeah, just whoever's I mean whoever's jungler goes in the top lane, man. Like that's oh no, like top laner's dead. Ah,
I
dang
mean,
man.
Flame might be able to make that happen. We only have one channel, technically for the entire game, so
Yeah,
CCS 2 is open.
yeah, CCS two. Just keep it in the top lane, man. Like there's gonna be action, I tell you.
Stay tuned. You never know.
Yeah, but thank you so much, OG Kush, for joining us tonight on this interview, and congrats once again on the win here. It was honestly a nail biter, and thank you to all the viewers at home for being with us. We really appreciate it. The Dorado Civil War is here. Choose your side. Green for Omega, red for Gamma. The battle lines have been drawn. Sokovia Accords signed. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, the Civil War is here, and we will find out what time that will be, the day and time, because scheduling and things like that. But in the meantime, stay tuned for more CCS action. We have our Diamond Tourney on Tuesdays at 8 p.m. Eastern time as usual. Go ahead, you got something you want
Yeah, I
to
was
say?
gonna say just the last thing really quick. So just quick shout out to just all of the Dorado org, but also a quick shout out to Manny's mom, of course, as always. And yeah, prediction next week is 3-2 Gamma winners, baby. It's Gamma season. Let's go.
Wait,
Shocking.
Kush, you just reminded me my caster curse is still working.
Yeah, I know you're voting for Omega next week. Like, please God, vote for Omega. I swear, if you're voting for us, like we just FF, okay? Like it just save us the time.
Redacted will dictate,
Yeah, he's actually Thanos in terms of who's winning, man. Like he's got the whole fate of the CCS universe in his hands.
but the opposite.
But the opposite, yeah,
Exactly.
for real.
All right, though. But yeah, no, that's great, and I'll let y'all know with my prediction. We should have a podcast next week too. By the way, it kind of got messed up, so we'll probably have ourselves a little podcast before the finals here because I want to get the final podcast, some trash talk going on as well. So in the meantime, though, thank you all so much once again for joining us tonight. Let us send our producer to bed before he kills me and Elsa and decides to never work for us again. Thank you so much. Once again, our Diamond Tourney this Tuesday, 8 p.m. Tune in for that. And then stay tuned for when the finals will happen. We will have an announcement about that shortly. In the meantime, be dangerous, stay safe, and always have fun on the Rift. Till next time, peace.